plant they wanted to build in the surrounding of Freiburg. And there was a big movement of young people, old people, farmers, students, and so on. So it really was a social movement. And they talked to each other. And this movement against changed to a movement, what do we want? Not what you don't want, but what do we want? And this was the start of the beginning of this renewable energy topic, solar energy. But this talking with each other was always a very important point in this movement. And this movement got bigger and bigger and bigger. And today you don't have a chance to make a big project without talking to the people. We we modernize now our climate change concept. It's about 10 years old now. And we need 1 year for it because we have meetings with experts and we have very many meetings with the citizens of Freiburg to get their input and to get a feeling what can we do and how can we convince them of new ideas and for new projects and so on. So we need this contact because the people rule the city. Yeah, you know, it's the politician idea is ruling by the people. So you need them to get their voice.
But so most of the country, if they want to do this, they already think about what's the incentive, what can we give them to do this. But your way of doing it, you keep talking with them, persuade them to do this. Yeah?
Yes. I think they have to feel that if they talk with us, they can reach their aims. We have a project in a big industry park in Freiburg. We try to modernize a very old industry park, the oldest industry park in Freiburg, to the green industry park. And I think 20 years ago, we would have went there and say, well, I'm the city of Freiburg, I have this climate targets, how can you help us to reach our targets? That's the old idea. But in fact, I think 3 years ago, we started this project. We went there and said, well, we are the city of Freiburg, and most of you have own climate targets. And indeed it is. Most companies have own climate or energy efficiency targets. How can we help you to reach your targets? And this really was a difference. And it's a very, very good process. We have much fun and much good projects with them. So I think it's a really important issue in this whole topic here.
So you've been doing, not for 1 year, you've been continuing this for many, many years. That should be really great. That's a really great thing that you're doing this. But how do you see the future of the Freiburg city? I think already see, I can feel it. But what can you expect as a future of Freiburg city? What's your goal, or what's the dream, or what's the future?
Well, it really is important to get a climate neutral city. And this still is a very complicated project because there are so many guys involved, so many things involved in it. And there are, I think, two important aspects. The first one is to get more renewable energy. So we have to get better in solar energy, we have to get better in wind energy and so on. Even we are good in this, but we need more. So, and the second one is always to say, if we have a new project like the new soccer stadium we plan now and we build in about 1 or 2 years, this must be a climate neutral soccer stadium. And that's not quite easy to reach that. Or we plan a new district, a whole new district like Bourbon, but for about 6,000 flats. So about 12,500 inhabitants. And we say, well, if we want to be climate neutral in 2050, this new district has to be climate neutral as well. And, you know, it's not so complicated to have a very little district with 10 houses and 10 families, and they produce your energy by solar panel and so on. But if you have a big district, and the same house, there are living about 50 or 60 people, and they have an energy demand. They want to have energy, but they only have the same roof like the small house over there with one family. So it's really complicated, even today, to find the technology to get a climate-neutral district with very big houses and very many people in it.
Just one second. 여기 지금 프라이버크에 대한 얘기를 하는데 웬만한 건 다 했는데 하나 안 한 거는 이제 뭐 스마트 시티에 대한 정의에 대해서 물어보진 않았어요. 근데 뭐 혹시 더 궁금한 거 있으면 어떤 거? 5번 했어요.
했어.
네, 이번 했어요. 또 다른 거.
그 정의와 앞으로 전망.
그거 했어요. 방금 했어요. 네.
그다음에
축구장 얘기도 했어요. 근데 아직 지어진 게 아니에요. 앞으로 지어질 거예요. 그래서 지금 안 지어진 거죠. 가서 봐야 소용없다는 거예요.
저기도 메카트를 찍을 수 있는 거예요.
아직 안 지어졌다는데?
축구장 찍었어. 베텐.
그러면 축구장에 대해서 한 번 더 물어보고 그다음에 마지막에 이 사람이 생각하는 스마트시티 정의에 대해서 한 번 물어보고 또 원하는 그건 했어요. 향후 이 도시가 어떻게 될 건지 그건 했어요.
오케이. 됐어.
그리고 얼마나 왜 시민들을 잘 참여시켜는 그 방법은 뭔지 이런 건 나왔고
정의만 몇 가지 하고
정의랑 축구장 한번 물어볼까요?
그리고 자기의 생각.
어떤 생각?
그러니까 스마트 시티의 생각을 어떻게 생각하는지.
오케이.
짧게 그러니까 내가 앞에 딱그 쓰려고 하니까 한 문장만 듭니다.
So we have two more questions. First one is that we have a question about the stadium, football stadium we are planning to build. Is it already built or is it planning?
No, it's planning. I can show you if you want.
Yes. Another final question will be, what could be your definition of a smart city in very short? 축구장에 보여주면서 얘기한 거예요.
I can show you a picture of it.
Sorry.
Okay.
So I already heard about the soccer stadium. Sorry, I do football stadium, but yeah, soccer stadium.
Yeah.
But could you actually explain us a little bit about this project and why you want to use it, why you want to do it this way?
Okay. The soccer club of Freiburg, the SC Freiburg, has two small soccer stadiums, so we need a bigger one. And we searched for a good place for it, and we find really a place in the city of Freiburg. The idea is that the people can go from the main station by public transport or by bicycle. It's not good if it's too far away, so the people come by car. We don't want to have them by car there. And it will have about 35,000 people possible in there. And we will build only about 2,500 parking lots, so the people have to come by bike and by public transport.
Okay.
We want to have a climate-neutral soccer stadium, so we use waste heat from a chemical company nearby. They need heat for the production, and they have very much waste heat, so we build a thing over to the new soccer stadium, and so we can use the warmth for the green. Really, the green needs warmth, not only sun. And it will get a very big solar panel. The whole roof will get solar panel for the TV station and so on.
So it's already been started.
The planning is ready, and in 2 weeks the Council of Freiburg will say, okay, let's start now. So we think that the first activities out there will be in harvest. So it's starting at the second.
So you're expecting about 2 or 3 years to finish?
Yeah, we think about 2 years. So we hope that we have the first soccer game over there in 2020 at the latest.
이게 아직 지어진 건 아니고 아직 삽도 안 떴고 2020년도에 완공 목표를 하는데 2주 뒤에 최종 승인이 나기 때문에 이 가도 볼 수는 없어요. 아무것도 없어요. 아직. 네.
오케이.
근데 그리고 이제 스마트 정의를 물어보죠. 옆에 있는 여자분한테 질문 하나 해야 될 것 같은데 저것만 어떤 주민 참여에 대한 얘기 했어요.
아 그래요?
그 얘기 있어. 시민 참여를 어떻게 잘하고 있고 뭘 했는지.
하여튼 뭐 그 정도면 될 것 같아요.
Okay.
정의만 얘기해.
I have one more question. Then what's your definition for smart city? And also after that, I have one question for you, which is we talked about this local renewable. And then Claire, you want to talk about or you don't want to talk about that?
I don't know that much about it. So.
Okay. What do you really feel most comfortable to?
I'm just doing internship.
We can ask her about how it's life in such a city.
Yeah, I can also
So as a citizen's perspective.
Yeah. Okay, I'll do it first, and I'll move on to. Yeah. Okay, 스마트시티 정의에서 물어보고 이분한테는 여기에 시민으로 살면서
좋아.
어떤지에 대한 경험에 대한 얘기만 한번 하기로 했습니다.
그러면 그건
Okay. Ready?
꼭
So, could you? Of course, it's very difficult. Can you define very simple way what is a smart city in your?
Well, I think a very important thing is that the smart city has to prepare for the post-carbon age. So not using coal, gas or nuclear power anymore, searching for renewable energies to stop this climate change. So this is one important thing about it. It has to protect the nature around, protect really air and water as well, still, even in Germany. And has to talk to the people, to living participation in everyday project. So I think these are the very important issues about that.
오케이.
Really? Well, it's nothing. It's just the talking with the friend.
Exactly.
Hi. Could you explain yourself a little bit?
Yes, hey, I'm Lily Steffen. I'm a student and I'm doing my internship here in Freiburg.
Oh. So what do you study?
I'm studying public management and I'm working for the city of Freiburg at the moment.
So do you actually live in Freiburg?
Yes, I do.
How do you like the life in here?
I really do like it. That's why I chosen Freiburg, because it's a really friendly city. It's green. You can use your bicycle.
I'll ask.
너무 많이 갔다. 그리고 길게 얘기해. 단답해봐요.
You want to make a longer answer than just the two short. Perfect. You're
That's all
very
I
good at
need.
that. So, you're living in Freiburg.
Yes, I do.
Could you actually explain your life in Freiburg for us?
Yes, I can. It's really great because it's green. I'm living in a small house here, and it's a short distance to the city. The people are really friendly. You can go to the city after work. You're sitting together. You're meeting with friends. I always use my bicycle because you don't need a car. So yeah, it's really great to live here.
So you're born in Freiburg?
No, I'm not.
That's the reason why you choose Freiburg. Do you love the city?
Yes, I do. That's why I'm here now.
So do you have any plan to move out to different city after the university?
I have to because of my studies. I'm studying in another city, but maybe I will come back to work here.
또 뭐?
아까 뭐 물어봤어요?
그러니까는 기본적으로 누구냐고 물어봤고 기본적으로 이 친구 학생이에요.
네.
학생이라서 뭐 공부하냐? 그다음에 왜 굳이 여기서 공부하고 있냐? 여기 라이프는 어떻냐? 학생이에요.
Feels about this kind of environment-friendly city.
한번 물어볼게. 이 도시가 너한테 주는 베니핏이 뭔지 한번 물어보고 무슨 도움이 되는지
베일의 돈 어떻게 생각하는지
물 흐르는 거에 대해서
그리고 재활용기계 이런 거뭐
학생이 알까?
경 내면
재활용 같은 거. 오케이,
경 내면 사실 돈 돌려받는 거
Durch die neuen Stadtteile auf jeden
이 사람은 어디서
학생이에요.
보목만에 안
좀
사죠?
학생이에요. 이 동네 학생.
이 동네.
학교 다니는 학생이에요.
그러니까 프랑크푸르트 그 보복말 있잖아요.
프라이버르가 대학을 다니는 학생이에요. 거기 살진 않아요.
그렇죠. 하여튼 보면 여기 거주 주민이잖아요.
네네.
이 생태 전지에 대해서 자부심 많이 보면서 어떤 걸 좀 많이 느꼈느냐 뭐 그런 얘기 좀 했었나요?
그럼 한번 할게요. 그거 아주 한번.
이거 전기세가 뭐
이거는
학생이 알까? 물어보면 묻게.
사시니까
이거는 나는 학부모를 만나면 해주고 싶은데 하여튼 딱 물어보세요 그냥. 한 달 에너지 사용량과 직행시세 등이 뭐 이런 거 있으면 중고부품 정거장 이용 시 주민으로서 어떻게 생각하냐 이런 것 좀 물어보면 될 것 같아요.
그 동네 안 산다니까 얘는. 이거는 내일 아침에 가서 봐야
오케이.
되겠지.
그러면 이거나 좀 물어보세요. 자,
이것도 여기 안 사는데 가능할까요? 한번 물어볼게요. 이 동네 살면서 한번 아까 말했던 여기가 이제 환경 친화적인 도시니까 얼마나 도움이 되고 그런 거 한번 더 물어보겠습니다. Because I'm gonna ask one more question about like Ali just mentioned. How do you? But she already answered, no? So I think she already answered the question.
Yeah, for me in German.
Okay.
Das auf Englisch, das wird
I
interessant.
want to shift the focus a little bit away from.
Ja. Aber einfach, weil es hier viel grüner ist. Man hat die Seen, man hat die Dreisamen.
바로 들어갈게요.
Okay.
So, das.
So my question will be, what was your first impression for this city when you first came, and how do you actually? Yeah.
And how?
Okay. So my question is, when you first came to Freiburg, how do you see this? How do you feel this city?
It's really different to the cities where I've been before because it's much green. It's really green over here, and you have a lot of lakes and the Dreisam and the water everywhere you go, especially in the city. So that's what I really like about it because, yeah, it's green, it's nature, but it's also a city where you can do a lot of things. So yeah.
Let's say if you're getting older, you wanna leave this city or you wanna move out to different city.
I could imagine to live here, of course, because yeah, it's innovative. So it's really it's going to be a smart city, I think. So
Apart from bicycle, any other transportation are you using in this city?
sometimes a tram, but normally I'm using the bicycle.
The bicycle is enough for you to commute to area in here.
Yes, I use it to go to my work, all the day.
You know, Freiburg is very famous for eco-friendly. Also, there are so many buildings, energy saving. It's also same story for the student life and student accommodation.
I'm not living in a student accommodation. I'm living in an old house with an old woman. So, yeah, I'm not sure about that.
So you also heard about the Vele, the small stream in here. You know, in this city, there's a very small stream all around the world, all around the state.
of course, the Bachelor.
Yeah. What do you see? How do you see it? I mean, do you like it?
I really do like it because water in a city is like life quality. It's I really do like that.
많이 아까 스트림도 물어봤고, 그 다음에 학생으로서 뭐 자전거 외에 다른 거 이용하면 불편한 거 없냐, 뭐 이런 것도 해봤고, 이 동네에서 나중에 뭐 살고 싶냐는 얘기도 했었고, 처음 왔을 때 어땠냐 이런 얘기도 했고. Is there any other?
이름하고 네임
처음에 얘기했어.
했어요?
네.
아니 그 스펠링으로 다시 한번 쫙 해달라요.
Okay.
AT 뭐 이렇게.
Okay. Can you just read your name by spelling?
Lilly Steffen.
성까지 다 얘기한 거죠?
Is there any other comment you want to do, just as a final comment?
Just come and explain Freiburg. It's a really nice city.
Thank you very much.
다 끝난 거예요?
네.
뭐 마지막 소감 한번.
했어요. 했다고 방금.
너무 짧은데 길게 할 수 없나? 큐.
Well, thanks very much for your time. As we discussed, we are doing a program on a smart city, and we also understand a little bit about Freiburg, because basically it's the first time we are here. Not many people in Asia and Korea know about this city. So first of all, could you explain a little bit about yourself and what your company is doing in here, please?
My name is Tobias Bube. I work for the architecture studio Rolf Disch. We call ourselves solar architects. The office has been founded by Mr. Disch already back in 1969. And he, from the scratch, he got involved in social issues a lot. And then there were plans to build a nuclear power plant in the region, close to the Rhine Valley, in a very nice landscape. And there were protests by the farmers, by the students here, and by lots of Freiburg citizens. They said, no, we don't want the nuclear power plant. In fact, it was the first nuclear power plant in the world which was not built because of citizens' protests. It was a long, long process going over like 15, 20 years, and Mr. Dish got involved there, and many people got involved there. In this process, people started thinking about that it is not enough to say we don't want nuclear power. We have to come up with an alternative. So what do we want instead? Yeah? What can we do to replace the need for nuclear power? And at that time, photovoltaics became a lot cheaper. Before, this was something for spaceships and really high tech, but it was still not really the mass market project. But it was obvious that would become that if we created a mass market. In countries like Germany, the energy consumption is about 40% buildings, 30% industry, 30% traffic. So the biggest part is buildings. Mr. Dish said, okay, obviously there is some responsibility on the side of the architects.
Of course,
Yeah? So he started thinking about energy efficiency, which is to say reduce the energy consumption of the buildings. 75% of the energy consumed in buildings comes from heating and cooling. So this is the big part. If you can reduce that to almost zero, this is a big, big, big contribution in the fight against climate change. And this is the technology, the top level technology we call passive house technology. Passive house because the idea is the house doesn't need technical heating anymore. It can be done just with the sunlight. And you have to insulate it well enough so that in winter time you don't need to heat, or just very, very little. Yeah? That's passive house. That's the efficiency part. But then there is still an energy demand for hot water and for electricity, for all your appliances that you have in the house. And then passive house is not enough. You have to think about where do you get this energy from. This is where photovoltaics come into it. I mean, houses have roofs, they have facades, not all of it is windows. So what we do, and you can see that very nicely in the background, we use the roofs for large photovoltaic installments, and we actually produce more energy here with the photovoltaics than we consume in the buildings. So the thing that our office is famous for is we don't only do passive houses, but we do what we call plus energy houses. We did the first houses in the world that generate an energy surplus. We feed this into the public grid, and we share it with the grid, with all the houses that do not have photovoltaic. Yeah? That's the idea. And we were the first. Back in 1994, we did the first building worldwide with an energy surplus.
That's very interesting because that's kind of the aim. Yeah. 일단 회사 소개했고 여기가 이게 시작된 이유가 이제 기본적으로 독일에서는 40%의 에너지가 빌딩에서 소비되는데 그래서 빌딩 에너지를 줄이는 게 있는데 그냥 에너지를 줄이는 것뿐만 아니라 여기서는 에너지 생산하는 것까지 같이 하고 있고 저기 회사의 가장 특징이 에너지 절감형 집을 만들지만 거기다 에너지 생산하는 집까지 같이 만든다. 이게 자기네 특징이다. 네.
그러면 그 특징에 이 에너지 있잖아요. 그럼 주로 사업을 그거는 구체적으로 설명한다면 그것까지 다 얘기한 거죠.
네, 에너지 작업을 얘기했습니다. 그리고 그래서 제가 지금 질문을 몇 개 드리고 이 보복마을이 여기래요.
아, 여기가요?
네, 여기가 마을이기 때문에 이 마을에 대한 이야기로 한번 넘어가 볼게요.
네, 오케이.
에너지가 너무 많이 생산된다.
그 회사 소개를 조금만 뭐뭐 제작을 하고 뭐뭐 그거 좀 얘기가 좀 나왔나요?
네, 두 가지 자기네 하는 걸 얘기를 했고요. 네. 요거랑 지금 마을이랑 한번 제가
연결을 해서
해보려고.
네, 자, 하겠습니다. 자, 바로 들어갈게요.
Okay. So it's very interesting because you're talking about your houses, your company is doing energy surplus, but also energy saving. I guess this village is also very famous for this two sector as well. But could you explain a little bit more how this sort of village accepting these two main sectors about energy?
How did they accept that? Well, in this case, we were not only the architects, but we also were the developers.
Okay.
Why? Because back then, all the developers said, these architects, they are crazy. Class energy houses don't exist, they will never exist, it will not work out technically. If it works out technically, it will be far too expensive and hard to sell, and all these things that you get to hear a lot when you do things for the first. A military architect of the 17th century.
Okay.
And this kind of military name. The German mail has kind of erotic all the developers relation to these architects, these bands. No? So if class energy houses don't exist, they will never exist. They will not work out technically. If it works out technically, it can be far too expensive, hard to sell. It's a question all these things that you giving the right infrastructure, providing the infrastructure. A military architect of the 17th century. The third thing about the long quarter was this citizen kind of military name. Was also something that was very important to the city council. We had squatters in some of the army barracks when the French left, so illegal inhabitants. The city didn't want to start a war, but we had it in the 1980s. Freiburg was one of the cities, most cities in Frankfurt. So there was dialogue, right, rather than throwing this came the way of having citizens' participation also of the people who wanted to build there. So it was not like usually what you have in a big development area like this is you do a master plan and you fix lots of things in the master plan. they didn't do it. They discussed every detail with the people. You wouldn't be here if they hadn't done it. The success comes also from the citizens' participation.
Because you mentioned very important point, to me, energy and traffic and people's participation. But I also guess one of the most difficult part is how to continuously doing this people's participation. So is there any kind of benefit or incentive how people can continue in this?
In this case, it still goes on. The people here, the inhabitants, are still very active. This comes from the starts. I mean, they got involved from the scratch, and once they get involved, they would never stop. The city council got a lot more citizen participation than they had asked for, and it's still like that. It's different, you know. It's different if people they identify when they participate in making the basic decisions of planning. If it's all ready and they just buy a flat, it's a different story. They know each other before they move in. Yeah. So it's still going on. It's still going on. They have. They actually have one building, one of the old army barracks, where the officers, the French officers' restaurant was. They have it as a kind of town center. They have a restaurant there. They have big rooms there for doing concerts and for doing discussions and all kinds of things. And this works out perfectly well.
I guess people are here. They have. I was working with the Danish embassy for many years doing innovation.
되도록이면 손을 이쪽으로 좀 움직이지 마세요.
And that's how I know him. And once I said I'm going to do my own business, I was asking him many questions. He said, "Just do it." Just.
자, 바로 질문 들어가겠습니다. 다시 한번. 하이 큐.
Okay, you said about the people's participation, and that this is one of the most difficult parts to make them continuously to the participation. Could you explain a little bit more about how it's possible to happen here?
Now, here it has a long history. I was talking about this nuclear power plant. This is where it started, where people really got involved and really wanted to change something. Then, in the Bourbon Quarter, the idea was to get them involved from the scratch, not after building the whole thing, not after planning the whole thing, but, you know, letting them take part in every major decision. And if you do that, I mean, here it worked out, they will not stop afterwards. Of course, I mean, the politicians have to do things to keep it going. It's not enough to say, okay, we have elections every 5 years and then that's it. They have to show up and talk to the people. Go to the market, talk to the people, ask them about the problems. Does it really still work with the traffic concept? Are there problems with the tram? There was one thing, one example was, since this was all built more or less at the same time and many young families moved in, there were lots and lots and lots of little children. And now they are like 16 years old, with all the problems that you have with lots of, you know, especially the boys, 16 years old. And you know, then the politicians, the people talk to the politicians, what can we do for these youngsters that they just don't, you know, sit at the tram station all the time drinking beer. You know, we have to make offers. What can the city do? What can we do together? It's things like that. Yeah.
So things like here, people are like the boys that grow up, but the cities also grow up together with the people and politicians they're living in. Yeah.
Especially in this quarter. Yeah.
So I guess it's actually really real version of the living land. You know, people are talking about living land, but that's not really realistically. But this is really living land. People might also feel maybe loyalty by living here, or they feel they have a...
I think so, yeah. There's one other thing. We have lots of projects here which are built in corporations. So maybe 6, maybe 20 families come together and they hire an architect, one architect, and then they build one house together. This also creates a sense of community among these 20 families. And then their neighbors did the same thing, another 20 families. And then there are whole streets with these building co-ops. Yeah? So you have little units of maybe 10 families or maybe 20 families, and then you have the street with maybe 10 of these units. This also works. Yeah? And it's completely different than having a developer doing a multi-story for the same kind of families, yeah? And then they move in. It's different because they have done the planning together. And there are also lots of conflicts when you do all the planning together, yeah? And they have to deal with this.
That's a very brilliant idea, and especially in the Asian culture, it's a very family-oriented culture, and maybe this could be also a very good concept when people are living together. Also, when people retire, they might have a really old friend who want to live together nearby, so it should be also adaptable to this kind of concept.
This is yet another thing. We've been thinking about this a lot. Very often these flats for families, they are fine for families, they have the right size, but then 20 years later the kids move out. The flats are too big. And then there are the parents, and maybe yet another 30 years later one of them might die, and he or she might still be living on a flat with 150 square meters. Doesn't make sense, and it makes people lonely. Yeah? So what we start thinking about is to do, especially in multi-stories, to do flats that can be adapted later. So that you can, if you have one big flat, children move out, you can just separate them and rent out the other half. Or even, what we do is flats and flats, so-called cluster flats, where you have small units of 30 square meters, maybe 50 square meters. They have a little kitchen, they do have their bathroom, but then they have a big kitchen and big common space, and maybe a library, and maybe another room for media, and then they share. Not everyone needs a washing machine. You can buy a better one, more energy efficient one, and share it. Yeah? You can also think about car sharing for a project. Not everyone needs a car. I mean, what do cars do? 95% of the time they don't work, they don't operate, they just stand and block everyone's way. And if you have a project with 20 families, or we have one with 60 families, we need far less parking space, parking lots for the cars, because we need less cars because they share them. Yeah? You save a lot of money, and you create a more cooperative style of living. And to our experience, I mean, we have been doing these things for decades now. It works.
Okay. Yeah. And I also heard there's a social ecology in this village. It's quite famous concept. Can you explain a little bit?
Not really. I don't know what you mean.
You don't really know it? Okay, we can skip that. Okay, so I heard about this building quite a lot in the media, but could you explain a little bit about what is this famous for? What is the special things for this building?
Yeah, this was the first Plus Energy house ever. We did it in 1994, and it's actually where the architect lives. It's his domicile. It's pretty close to the solar settlement, just 5 minutes walk. The special thing about this building is that it turns with the sun. It's called the heliotrope. This name comes from biology. Heliotropic plants are exactly plants that turn with the sun, like the sunflower. And this is what the building does. The building is basically it's a cylinder, and one half of it is completely glazed, all windows, and the other part is almost completely closed, very small windows and heavily insulated. Now we have hot summers and we have cold winters. On winter days, we want the sun to heat up the building, so the glazed side, the side with the windows, follows the sun from east to west, does half a turn, so that you have the solar impact all over the day, and you hardly need any technical heating. On hot days like today, you want to avoid that. You don't want, you don't want the sun to heat up the building. So the part with the few windows with the heavy insulation follows the sun, so that the building doesn't overheat. That's the basic idea. And it also has a big photovoltaic installment on the roof, which also turns independently. It's a tracking system which always finds the ideal angle to the sun for the best electricity harvest.
You know, you said it's a plus house, energy plus house. How do you use plus energy?
How do we use the plus energy?
Yeah.
The surplus is electricity, and the electricity can be shared. I mean, the house is connected to the grid, it's not autonomous. And I don't believe in energy autonomy in houses, it doesn't make sense. It's much more intelligent to have a smart solution and to share the energy that you produce, rather than store it in a battery and then use it in the evening when there's no sun. No, we feed into the grid, into the public grid, and get money for we sell electricity. This is with projects back then. Back then, the photovoltaic panels were still very expensive, so the electricity from your kilowatt hour from your roof was also very expensive. But the German government decided to have a feed-in tariff which would actually cover the costs. So the feed-in tariff was about twice the consumer price of electricity from the grid. So if you get 50 cents for what you sell, and if you pay 25 cents for what you buy from the grid, what do? You sell everything you produce, and you buy the electricity that you consume, right? This was back then. Now, more than 20 years later, the photovoltaic panels are a lot cheaper. In fact, the electricity from your roof now costs less than half than consumer price from the grid. In Germany, now you pay about 20, depending on which city you are in, some other factors, but it's about 25 cents per kilowatt hour that you pay if you just buy from the grid, from the public grid. And your installment on the roof would give you the photovoltaic electricity for less than 10 cents. So today, from an economic point of view, it makes sense to store it, to have a battery. Back then we didn't do it. Now, with every new project we have a battery.
So can you actually say this village you have 70 to 80% of energy independence? Or how much rate can you?
With a battery, you can get to 70 or 80%. Yes, you can even get to 100. But these last 20% are always the most expensive ones. And it doesn't really make sense to have an oversized battery in your basement or wherever you have it. That's usually what we aim for. 70% autonomy is fine.
So you're looking for fuel cell batteries?
It's another option. Yes, you can do that.
다 된 거예요?
네, 다 커버했는데 마지막에 스마트 시티에 대해서 하나만 물어보면 돼요. 다른 건 다 커버됐어요.
오케이.
Okay, so I have one more question. I'm actually asking this question to everybody. What is your definition of smart city? It doesn't have to be fancy.
짧게.
Very short. It doesn't have to be fancy.
한마디.
A smart city would be a city that finds ways of organizing the access to resources in the most efficient way and with access for everyone.
카메라 보고 아니 저 얼굴 좀 보고 해야 돼.
누구 보고?
대표님.
One more time. You sorry here.
아 카메라 말고요. 대표님.
Look at me and the tangle thing. Okay. Okay. What is your definition of smart city? Just make it simple and.
For me, a smart city would be a city that organizes the access to resources.
I'm sorry. One more time.
Look at me, please. Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah. Don't be shy.
No, I'm not shy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi.
I look at him.
Yeah. Okay.
Hi.
Smart city to me would be a city that organizes the access to all resources in a way that everyone has access and also in a way that it is most efficient.
그리고 땡큐.
그다음에 뭐 찍으신다고 했죠?
그 걸어오는 모습 둘이 이렇게 제가 얘기하면서 잠깐만 그렇게 몇 같은 건 찍죠.
Okay. You want one more cut? Like you and I were just walking from there to here? Story or pattern scenario. So who I actually wanted, who actually living here. So let's say my company.
Yeah, but we have to stay here because this is again starting to
여기 못
get
가요, 여기는.
private.
가면 안 돼. Okay? So we'll
Shall I
ask
move?
you.
Yeah.
Okay. So I can see here you have so many solar panels, but it doesn't really affect other people's view. That's also quite important part.
The view of the people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
I
it
mean,
reflects somewhere.
yeah.
They don't want them to know. One more time? Okay, one more time. Because that's very...
Yeah. It's an issue.
Yeah,
You're
it's
right.
very
Yeah,
issue.
yeah.
So when I see here, there are so many solar panels, but it doesn't really, affect other people's view in here. Because it's a quite big issue. But
It is an issue. Glass does reflect,
Yes.
but then there are glasses, they are just a little more expensive, that are almost non-reflective. So if you have the situation that you disturb other people, you just have to use a better glass.
but still, it's a lot far from there. I mean, they might have some kind of regulation. It doesn't really go closer then.
Yeah, we have here. It's not a big problem. We have another project going in Freiburg, and this one is an office building in the form of a.
Yeah. So could you explain a little bit more about how this is actually happening?
This one.
Yeah.
One of the interesting parts here was that we were our own developer. We founded our own development company because the banks and the development companies didn't believe in plus energy. They said it will never happen.
Yeah.
And we had to prove them wrong.
Of course, yeah, that's not
So, I mean, what do you do if you don't get money from the banks? You look for capital on the private capital market. You probably know Ritter Sport chocolate, the square ones.
Yeah.
It was Mr. Ritter.
Okay.
He gave us the money to buy the premises and to start building.
Okay.
And then we sold the houses, and he actually earned.
Oh.
Yeah? Mr. Ritter, he's an interesting person. After the Chernobyl power plant blew up, all the hazelnuts on the whole planet were contaminated, so he couldn't produce his hazelnut chocolate.
Okay.
For 2 years.
Okay.
That's when he started thinking about energy systems and started investing into projects like this. Yeah.
So when I came here first time, my first impression was, why is it beautiful? Normally it's never going to be beautiful like this, but can you explain me what's the secret?
If you do a building with photovoltaics, don't leave it all to the engineers because they only think about the technology. Whereas we as architects can take a photovoltaic panel also as a building material. Nowadays there are all colors. You can get everything. We just suggested for the theater, the old theater building in Freiburg, to give it a golden photovoltaic roof. Yeah? It's also a question of design. And the engineers don't think about design. Ask an architect. It's always a good idea.
Okay.
Hello, Stefan.
Hi. Yeah, this is a very beautiful area, especially with the solar panel thing.
Yeah, it's also the colors. We asked an artist to come up with a color scheme, for example,
Okay.
so that they would match all the different colors. And then they have their little gardens. And then another thing that adds to the atmosphere is that, okay, here we have the supermarket, so we have some cars here for car parking here, but the other street is completely car-free.
Yeah.
It's quiet, children playing, The mother doesn't have to be afraid that it gets overrun by a truck because there are no trucks, basically.
So you have a sort of underground parking place like that?
Yeah.
So
This doesn't belong to our project, right?
Okay.
But the parking lot for this area is underneath the office
Yeah.
building.
Of course, they need some cars if they're parking it.
Some of them do, most of them don't.
Oh. What is main industry people are doing for life? here?
In Freiburg.
Yeah.
It's not exactly an industrial city. The biggest employer is the university.
Okay.
We have a big, famous old university.
Let's say people, some students and some university people, also some people retire.
Yeah.
Or any holiday house or something?
Yes, but the holiday areas are more in the Black Forest. What you see there is already the Black Forest, the mountains, and if you move in a little further, you will have all these nice mountain landscapes.
So, can you tell me a little bit about yourself and your company?
My name is Tobias Bube. I've been working at Rove Dish Solar Architecture for 13 years now. Rove Dish founded its office in 1969. Which direction?
Okay.
Like this. Okay. Start again.
So, could you tell me a little bit about yourself and your company?
My name is Tobias Bube. I've been working at Rove Dish Solar Architecture for 13 years now. The office was founded by Mr. Dish already in 1969. So he's been working on sustainable projects for some decades now. The thing the office is famous for is that we came up with the first buildings ever to generate an energy surplus. They consume very little energy and then they produce energy, mostly with photovoltaics. And if you do both, reduce the consumption and generate energy, you might actually, in the end, be able to share energy with others because you have more than you need.
그랬어요? 제 생각은 뭐 이렇게 있을까요 싶습니다. 앞으로 간 미래 도시 그 하나 만들었다고 생각할게요. 미래 도시. 앞으로 이렇게 스마트 시티가 40년, 50년 뒤에는 어떻게 되나에 대해서 생각하십니까?
So I want to ask a question about, so in your point of view, how does the smart city will be happening after 30 to 40 years? So you already see the decade and you already see this city was developed more than 10 years. So you might be able to say what could be the tomorrow for the smart city. So what do you think about the smart city as a future? How do you see as a future model of smart city?
One of the aspects about smart cities is energy, obviously. It's energy consumption, and we have to go down. I mean, we have the Paris Agreement, and this, at the end of the day, this means that unlike now, where in people like ours in Korea or South Korea or Germany, there are 11 or 12 tons of CO2 emissions per capita per year, and we have to go down to 1 or 2 tons. So obviously, most of this CO2 emissions come from energy consumption. Energy consumption happens in the cities. So one of the smart things about smart cities is how to find solutions to reduce this consumption heavily. This is a major issue, really, and a great challenge with lots of stakeholders involved, not only the architects, also the engineers, and then also the inhabitants, the consumers. Yeah? How do you reduce energy consumption in buildings? Most of it is heating or cooling, depending on the climate. In some climates, you have both. And this is an architect's job. You can do that by having intelligent facades, insulation, blinds that go down when the solar impact is too strong automatically with sensors. There are all these simple technologies that you have to apply, combine and apply. Then there's also the question of energy generation, not only consumption. Again, in cities, you would not have hydro plant, or you would not have, usually you would not have a wind power plant in the cities. This cannot be done by a smart city. It has to be done outside, right? What you can do in the cities is use solar power for solar thermal for heating, and for hot water, for example, and and photovoltaics for electricity. And if you use all the spaces that you have in a city, it might actually, depending on how much high-rise there is, but it might actually already be enough for the electricity demand of a city. Yeah, and then you have the generation, and then of course you have the distribution. Yeah, the charming thing about solar energy in the cities is that it's decentralized. It's not the old kind of thinking that you have a power plant, a central power plant somewhere, and then your grid is like a spider's net, you know. But you have producers everywhere, basically on every roof and on some of the facades. And then you need storage, because at night time you don't have sun, so no electricity from that part. And this is where the smart technology really comes in. How do we get to a system with low consumption, with energy generation by making use of the sun, and then storing it and bringing the electricity everywhere at every time where you need it. Then, of course, there are these smart home concepts where all your gadgets, for example, work when the energy is there and not when you want, for example, your washing machine. You don't need to have to be at home to start your washing machine. If you have your little handy app and you've put your clothes already in, then you can start it from everywhere. Or it starts automatically when the energy prices are low. And the energy prices would be low when there is energy, right? So there are lots and lots of things that can be done. There's one thing I want to say about smart cities where we have to be careful. If I see what they are already doing in China, there are some like kind of lighthouse projects, smart city lighthouse projects. I saw a documentary, and then there was this wife, and she said, "Smart city is a wonderful thing. I always know where my husband is. He has no chance to go, to have his little affair, because the control is just perfect." Okay. Now, there might be some people who like that. I don't. And it's not only the wife who knows about her husband. It is also the state who knows everything about the citizens. And this is something that makes me a little scared. Yeah. It's a Truman Show, yeah. So if we have all these smart appliances, we need to take care about what happens with the data. That's the one thing that I think always have to keep in mind.
I mean, while you're talking, I just one more question. You said smart home, not smart house. Is there any kind of philosophy that you're saying that way? Because some people say smart house and some people say smart home.
It's like always, it's a question of what dimension you have in mind. Yes. I mean, if your customer is a family in a multi-story, what they would naturally consider is their flat, which is their home. If you approach the whole multi-story, you would just focus on maybe the 20 units or the 60 units or whatever you have there. It's just a question of changing the dimension of your system.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You're a very good talker. That's why they also interested about.
I'm sorry, audio test.
They just want to test audio. Can you just say something so they can just check the sound?
Okay. The Fry office is an architecture office who is concerning about not only about the buildings but also about.
Just test one more time. Can you say something?
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4.
explain us a little bit about the company?
Yes, of course. The Fry Group is consisting of some more offices who are concerning about not only building houses, but also concerning about the energy consumption, avoiding of energy consumption, also gaining energy by sustainable means, we'll say, of photovoltaic or also of storage systems in the buildings.
So also I saw there are many companies you are working with. You are very global compared to any other companies.
Yes, we're doing business and having objects and projects in China and in Austria. We are thinking about doing something in England, and at the moment mostly in my home country in Germany.
But also, I saw when I'm coming into the building, I saw the smart green tower. You have many pictures, and could you actually explain us a little bit about the smart green tower project?
Of course, the smart green tower project is, as the people say, the first time that the architecture follows the function. We'll say the function, the covering of the entire building by photovoltaic panels. Is the first thing and the first reason before the sight and the view of the building comes. We say that we do not only having a shadow system, we have an active functional shadow system which consists of PV panels. They generate sustainable energy, and we store that inside the building and use it for the whole consumption of buildings and also in the district, in the area and the close area to the building.
So that means you're overproducing energy?
We are, in the good times, we are overproducing energy, so we are a prosumer, we are producing that, and then we provide it for, and we supply other buildings around the area and district, and in other times also we can absorb energy from buildings around, from industry buildings around, and can use it in our project. So it's a bidirectional energy consumption and also producing.
Okay, so it's still in a construction stage. We're still building it.
We are still building that there, but the concepts are ready. We are working together with very famous institutes like the Fraunhofer Institute in Germany. We are working with Siemens Global. We are working with the international storage producer, and we are integrating all the systems with a major power management system in our building.
But I guess this could be a little bit expensive than normal building, I guess.
Of course, it's more expensive, but after some time, after some years, it will pay back, not only because of the generating of the sustainable energy, but also of the multiple use of the battery that will also provide energy, for instance, for the electromobility, for electrical cars and electric buses and in these systems.
So you're targeting for just the normal residence, or is it targeting for the office building, or what is it?
It is a mixture. It's a mixture of office and also normal residence building. Yeah. We have this mixture here because we think that to avoid all this traffic in the future in the towns, we have to bring the working areas together with living areas, and also by the means of the using of energy. For the living area, you need energy in the evenings and the weekends, and versus wire, you need in the production sites, you need the energy during the week and during day, so you can have a natural balance already that will also enforce with our batteries to use this concept.
So if I understand correctly, your smart green tower building project could be also regarding as one of the main elements for smart city. So you are touching the building, yeah?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So
it could be like a sustainable green cell, yeah, like a green cell that is the basic of an area, the basic of a district, yeah, that could organize all the energy consumption and the energy gaining for the whole area. First of all, for the buildings, second for the district, and then for the whole city, for the entire city.
That means, I understand that's why you're called a smart green tower. But
yes.
Is there any other aspect why it's more greener than buildings, such as maybe connecting with the environment, or is there any kind of aspect you are considering while you are building this green tower?
of course, we have the basic ideas of Mr. Fry, the owner of our group, is that using sustainable energy, gaining them, generating them, using them, but also under the aspect of economical aspects. Yeah? That it has to be, at the end of the day, somebody has to pay for all these systems and additional functional concepts. And we try to have, by the multiple use of all the systems, that we don't have to afford, we have to use and take more money as usual buildings.
So let's say if I ask you a question about what is your definition of a smart city, how can you say it?
A smart city is not only a city that is avoiding the consumption of energy. A smart city is where all concepts come together, which is housing, living, energy, moving, of course, yeah, so that we avoid useless mobile systems that we don't need into the town. So that, as I said before, that we get the living and the working areas together. This is one point of a smart city.
지금 이제 회사에 대해 소개했고, 그다음에 저 프로젝트들 자세히 소개했고요. 그다음에 여기가 생각하는 스마트 시티 뭔지까지도 나왔고, 그다음에 왜 이 친구들이 굳이 그린이라고 표현하는지, 환경과 어떤 연관이 있는지를 좀 설명을 했어요. 그러면
뭐였지?
이거는 하고 원래는 이게 이
그럼 한국하고 우리나라하고 에너지에 대해서 뭐 얘기할 수 있냐?
이 사람은 이 프로젝트를 리딩하는 사람이에요. 그래서 그거는 이 사람한테 질문하기 좋을 것 같긴 한데 그래도 뭐 하나 말씀하세요.
네.
뭐 그래도 뭐 한국과 하는 게 있냐? 아니, 중국과 하는 게 있어요.
중국하고 그러니까 아시아권하고는 어떤지.
I'm going to ask one more question about your relationship in the internationally, such as China and other stuff. So that's I want to ask. Okay, so I can see you have many global partnership and you have many projects, such as when I saw this book, German Private Green City, it's also translated into Chinese. So is there any other project you are doing in Asia?
For the moment, we are working together with our Chinese colleagues in Qingdao and in other areas in some eco-project systems, and we try to transform the ideas and also the system, the concepts to the needs of Chinese governments and Chinese town authorities.
So you are more focused on changing the existing city into more greener, sustainable city.
Yes. We try to change the existing cities into more green, into more smart green cities, but also when it comes to the development of new buildings, that from the beginning of the concept, we think in these terms.
So the important part is you have to talk with the beginning.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So do you have any interest about the Korean side, actually? Have you heard about anything in Korea? Or?
So far, we are not such a big...
I'm sorry.
So far, we are not such a big office. Yeah. At the moment, we have to concentrate.
Sorry.
Korea part again, eh?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, please.
So far, we are not such a big office. Yeah. We have to concentrate on our major projects at the moment in Germany and also in China. But of course, we are very open for other, especially in Asia, for other projects to work together with the local maybe government, the local also architects, and to integrate our ideas, to integrate our concepts that are proven in Germany in existing new and also existing buildings, and then to transfer to all the other concepts.
As I explained at the beginning, I'm also involved in many different smart cities, especially in Korea. But what's the best way to work with you? Because you have already a case in in China. But what's the best main process, or what's the best way to working together with the Fry Group? The
best way, and due to my understanding, is that we talk about concrete projects. Yeah, that are you developing the project, that we have bring in our ideas concerning only the single building, the views of the building, the view of the houses, and then to think about how we can integrate sustainable energies in that buildings. But also we have to, in parallel, we also always have to think about the legal aspects also, because sometimes it doesn't make sense. For instance, in some countries to enforce these systems because of legal instructions.
Thanks for it. Is there anything you want to add?
마지막으로 소감, 그러니까 앞으로 이런 재생에너지의 그 환경과 재생에너지 앞으로 발전이 어떻게 되는지에 대해서 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
I'm gonna have one more question, which is talking about the future. So you're talking about future, not the past. So maybe you might have a really good idea what could be the future for building a city. So that's gonna be. You can just answer whatever.
Okay. There's one thing that the former president. Director of the Fraunhofer Institute in Freiburg, of the Institute for Solar Energy, he always put this in front and on the first position of his speeches. The sun gives us in 1 hour the energy that all over the world would be needed for 1 year. So this says everything. So we only have to collect it. We have to store it. We have to prepare it for use at nighttime, for instance, and for other purposes. Yeah? This is very interesting, and we never should forget that 40% of energy and especially of power is used at buildings, in and around buildings. So to avoid, of course, this energy and also to gain it, to generate it with sustainable means of sustainable approaches, components like PV, like wind, and all these things would be very helpful for our future.
진짜 마음에 든 게 너무 말씀 잘하셔.
Okay, really appreciate your comment because it was the first thing he actually had who got really great answer for this question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so we're just gonna look around and open some.
Okay.
We're also gonna visit the site.
Of course.
Thanks very much.
잠깐만요. 시작.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is
Hi,
Good to see you.
Andrea Burzacchini. Hi.
I really want to know about the village, and that's why I'm coming here this morning.
Please.
Could you just quickly explain us the background and what this village is for?
Yes, of course. We can say here where this sign shows the map of the eco district Vauban. We are here by this red dot at the beginning of the main axis. As you can see, this end point is over there by that tree, over this big tree. So practically we have a main axis which is something less than 1 kilometer, is about 900 meters, and the width of the village is about half kilometer, or let's say 400 or 500 meters. So all in all, we have an area of 41 hectares, which is now lived by 5,500 inhabitants. Okay. So we have a rather dense district. There are quite a lot of people for the small space, and this is absolutely okay, because this is a part of the strategy of Freiburg, not to create urban sprawl, not to have a city which grows and grows and we take natural places away. So we have a compact city, and this plays a role in this strategy of keeping the city as much as compact as possible. So we are 3 kilometers from the city center, and here we have people that really just the tram is going to the center of the city, and they can reach the city center in 10 minutes, either by bike or by tram, and in any case they can just walk to the nature here on the other side of the street. How this
just 1 second. Ready?
Go. What is very interesting in this district is that how this was born. Here we had until 1990 a French military base. Why a French military base? You know that after Germany lost the Second World War, Germany was divided in 4 areas, and they were administrated by the countries who had won the Second World War. So Soviet Union in the East Germany, and then in the West Germany, France, Great Britain, and US. And this part of Germany, the southwest of Germany, was administrated by the French. The French, in fact, as the Americans, as the Brits, just kept their military bases for a long time, also in the ambit of the NATO. And so there was this military base here. There are some pictures on the other side if you are interested to see them. And 1990, the French government decided to disband this military base. So the French military went back to France. So what happened is that the city had the city administration had this space at disposal. The city was growing, city population was growing, and so the city decided, okay, we can have a new district here. We can just demolish the barracks, and then we can have a new district. Because of course you have already infrastructures, canalization, electrical things, and so on, streets. But in the same time, there were some people, some dozens of people in Vauban. They were intellectual students, left activists, and so on, and they wanted to start to experiment new formal lives in Vauban. And so they started to ask the city to play by the city, to ask for a new kind of district, an eco-district, a car-free district. There were some requests. At the very beginning, the city administration was not interested in their idea. Then they started to negotiate, and then at the end, 1992, 1993, the city administration said, "Okay, let's start. Let's start to do something, to try to do something new, including public participation." And that's the beginning of the big story. The big history of Vauban. So this was the idea. So public participation, citizen participation, it's really a very important base at the very beginning of the story. What is this alternative district? Which are the characteristics? There are very many characteristics. I show you one immediately because it's important just to see this. And maybe it's the most important one. It's about mobility and about cars. You can see here this part of the district in which we have this main access and 7 U-form streets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So they are the streets which are on the left and on the right of the main axis, over there. Okay, this is the very important thing. The old people living in this area, and we are talking about 3,500 citizens, they do not have a place to park their car. If they have a car, they may not park their car in a garage or by their house. So these streets here are only for people, not for cars. If they have a car, they are obliged to buy for about 20,000 euro a parking place in that garage over there. Okay, you can see that. So this is the big garage over there. And I'm not meaning they buy a box. They just buy a line on the basement. So just imagine you have your own car, you have a big car, your own expensive car, and so on. And you live at the end of the district, but you are not allowed to park your car there, and you have to bring it there, and you have to pay to buy it. So, in the end, of course, what is the consequence of this? The consequence is the figures of people having the car, and this is the important number. This one.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. And so this is the key figure. Here in Vauban, and the number of cars, it's 17 every 100 inhabitants. You just imagine, I mean, in Germany, the number of cars per 100 inhabitants is 65. In Freiburg is 45. here in Vauban is 17. So this means that a lot of people living here don't own a car.
Okay.
And this, considering that this is, I would say, middle or even high social class living here in Vauban, they do it for a decision, for a spontaneous, for a clear decision, not because of lack of money or possibility. So this is the main thing.
이따가 말이 멈추면 말을 좀 그러면 고시로 가자. 말 멈추자.
So this is really the thing of the mobility, the thing of the use of a car is really one of the main things of Vauban. To show the other characteristics, the other things, I think we are going. We move through the district, so we can show and we can see other things. Okay.
All right. Let's go and see.
Okay.
Check it out.
Please.
Let's go this way. So
One more time.
Then we can come back. Yeah.
One more time.
We go this way and we come back.
Okay, but we go that way.
Yeah. Oh,
okay.
Of course.
가면 아니면 저쪽으로 가버리던가.
Okay, we just can go there. Yeah.
자,
Can go that way. Yeah.
자, 여기.
Yeah.
땡큐. 이제 여기서
Okay, so I can tell it again. Okay, so
Yeah. Then we can go that way together.
okay, so now if you want
자,
to,
하이. 그럼 멘트 우리 대표님이 자 그럼 보러 가볼까요?
오케이.
저 그냥 멘트 하나 쳐주세요. 보면서 카메라. 하이 큐.
Okay, then let's go and check it out together.
okay, let's see and see other things.
땡큐. 하이.
So,
큐.
so what you can see here is exactly what I showed before. That here, the streets are not for cars. Streets are for people and houses also. They don't have a garage. They don't have a place to park. So now we don't see children or people in the street because it's morning. Children are in the school. But of course, here in the afternoon, you would see a lot of children playing.
Yeah.
And then the quality of life, of course, rise because you can live in one of these houses. And even if your children are very young, they can play on the street, and you don't have to take care of them. You don't have to be worried because people, of course, can just stay there. There are older people, younger people, and it's very easy to move along the district without any risk, without dangers, and so on. So this is really the very first evidence of this kind of life. You can see there is a lot of green. Our houses are very dense, but they are not very high. Of course, if you had built very high houses, this quality of life would not be possible because, of course, if you live at the 10th or 12th store, you cannot leave your 2 years or 4 year old child alone in the street, of course. But if you just live here, the second and the third floor, of course, this is possible. So this is the first characteristic, maybe, mobility. The second characteristic is the building themselves. So all this building that we can see, they have been built in the best energy standard of their age when they have been built. This building that we see in this part of the district have been built at the end of the 90s or at the beginning of the new century.
Thank you.
And they had been built standard of that time for the heating. So of course this was part of the strategy of the strategy of the city of Freiburg to contribute to the fight against climate change, to use much less energy than the rest of Germany, what was normal. Because of course now it's summer and now it's not a problem, but in winter here in Freiburg it's rather cold, and of course that a lot of energy is just used to heat and to warm our houses. And in this case, a lot of energy is saved, which is very good for the environment, very good for the pollution, and of course very good for people money, because in the end you would save a lot of money. So these houses which have been built at the beginning of the centuries or at the end of the old century are not the so-called passive houses. The passive houses we can see in the next in the next area.
Okay.
Okay.
뭐 질문
저기 가서. So I can see so many green here. It's more like a greener area than house area, yeah?
Yes, this is one of the 5 green areas which are between the two streets. So we have one street with houses, one green area, one street, and one other green area, and so on. And there are, I would say, 3 very important things about this green area. The first thing that you can see is that you have a lot of natural elements. You have stones, you have wood, you have grass, and you don't have a lot of plastic. Normally, if you think about it in normal cities, a lot of green areas you have in this infrastructure for children, there is a lot of plastic, and here plastic has been replaced with natural elements. So we have really wood, a lot of trees, of course. There is a fountain with water, and so on. So that really children can play in a city, but reminding the real, the nature. What is the real nature? So that's the first thing. The second thing that you can see is that there isn't a real. Oh, so sorry. The second thing is that the access, it's very easy. This is the back part of the city, of the houses, and they have the entrance of the houses on the other side where is the street, but they have an entrance direct to the green area also on this side. So it's a very accessible area directly from their back door. And the third thing that you will notice mostly by the next area is that all these areas are by a top-down way, but the way was bottom-up.
Oh, that's very important. Yeah?
The city has decided, city administration has decided, okay, the green area will be here, 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 and here. But the one who have decided which kind of things to put had been the citizens themselves. So the city administration provided the people here with what the name, a landscape architect, and with a facilitator. And so they, together with the children, with the people living here, they just decided what to put. If a slide, if a look at that, there is this climbing wall. And so the people decided together what they wanted to have. And this is, of course, it's a very individualized way of planning green area.
It's very important.
Yes. We can also do this way. Tell me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so the first thing is that maximum 11, 12 meters. So they are mostly 3 stores because of quality of life, I said that. And then the second thing, which I said, is the best energetic standard for the time they have been built. The rest, people can do whatever they want. That's the reason why you see that in some cases they have color, in some cases not, in some cases they are white, in some cases they have stones, in some cases they have wood, and so on, and the forms is different. And this is also the reason why, because they have been built according to the modality of the so-called Baugruppe. Baugruppe means construction group, in a way. The meaning is that what the municipal administration had sold were not the houses themselves, but they were the lots, the place. So just imagine that you want to move to Vauban. Vauban has been built, and you say, okay, I would like to live there. And so you know that there is this lot, that which is free, that has been sold, has been to be sold by the municipality, and you say, okay, I can be interested to build a house there, but I need some more people, because of course I cannot afford to build a house for, let's say, 500 square meters if you have 3-floor stores. And so you look for friends. You have a good friend somewhere, and you say, why don't we go to Vauban with our own families? Okay. And so why not? Could be interesting.
Yes.
And then you decide together, and then you say, okay, but maybe 3 floors for rather big flat for only 2 families is too little, is too big. And so let's look for other friends or other people. And then maybe he has a good friend, but you know that you don't want to have friends because it's not interesting and you had some problem. And so you say, no, let's look, my cousin can be interested. And he says, okay, your cousin could be a good neighbor.
Okay.
Of course, I mean, each of you would have your own flat, okay, but you would have some common share together. And then you need a fourth party, and then you look on the internet, for example, for a fourth party.
What happens if there's any problem?
No, and this is the point.
Yeah.
This is the point. So, on one side, you have a very positive aspect. That you are building a house together with people that you already know. Okay.
So I think this one have very beautiful. This is very beautiful area.
This is very beautiful area because here we are exactly at the limit of the district and in fact at the limit of the house. So just imagine you live there. You have real nature in front of you. It's not just artificial nature. It's not just an English garden. It's not just something, but it's really nature. I mean, with plants and so on. Then there is a small river, a bach, a stream, and then really the nature starts. So, as I said, I mean, here you can really reach the city center with its disco, museum, restaurants, theaters, cinemas, libraries, and so on. And if you just go left and if you go right, you just reach the nature, or you are in the nature. And this again, it's a proof of the quality of life that we have in this area. And the district was really planned in order not to touch the stream. So to have the natural stream as a natural limit of the district. I don't think I have much more to say. So,
yeah, I'm more like a listener because here is more like you're talking. I'm just asking, but more like we are trying to deliver the message from you to the people. So
yeah.
Okay. Even I can see it have very good smell as well here. You can smell nature, and it's not really far from it.
Good air quality.
That's absolutely the point, and really the result of this district. But it's also important the fact that the district was possible only within this the big way the way the town have been planned. All in all, because otherwise this is not just a sort of a spot by themselves. Yeah, I know. We are followed by the.
Could you maybe explain a little bit more about the nature in here?
Yeah, I mean the nature is really represent the limits of the town. So in the end, we have the situation in which. Here, the town starts. As I said at the very beginning, the Vauban district is very dense, but it's exactly because it's very dense that we can have untouched nature at its limits. If we had, just imagine if instead of have this kind of construction, we had the situation in which each family had its own house with a garden by themselves, and then you can say that all other families would have built there and there and there and there and there, and then we would have a very big town, and we would not have nature anymore. So this was the idea of the urban planners.
I like it. It's like you're living in a botanic garden.
Hey, it's exactly.
Yeah.
Or you don't need a botanic garden because it's just.
It is.
It's just the reality. Yeah.
So you sometimes have this kind of.
There is something interesting also by you see that there are rights in Arabic over there, and this is because the city of Freiburg have welcomed quite a lot of refugees from especially from Syria, but not only from Syria. And this place, this kind of kindergarten, of natural kindergarten, have a lot of collaboration with the refugees area and they are starting to integrate foreigner people and migrants
여기 이거 찍으라는데?
within the city population.
여기 옆에 있는 데가 유치원이래요. 여기가 유치원인데 여기가 근데 이제 약간 자연과 함께하는 그런 유치원 컨셉이다. 그래서 그거 지금 설명하고 있어요. So this house is very different. Have a very big window in front. Why is it?
Exactly. This is one of the so-called passive house. Why passive? A passive house is a house which in fact keeps the warmth, the heat within the house wall, and the heat's created by people themselves. People. Okay, now it's summer. We don't need heat, of course. But just imagine the winter. Just imagine you are about 0 degrees, or even you are below 0. And of course, in a normal house, you consume a lot of energy only by heating. In this kind of houses, you produce warmth by just living in the house, by cooking, by using the shower, by using TV and so on. And since the walls are very thick and isolated, and we have triple windows and so on, and we have isolation on the top and on the basement, then it's like in a sleeping bag. The warmth is kept within the house. And then we have a different thing, that the windows facing south, this is south, the windows facing south are very big, very wide, so that in the winter when you don't have leaves in the trees, then the sun rays can heat the house by themselves, you know, and so we have a very good situation, because the sun can really warm the house by themselves. If we go by the northern side, and we can move there.
Okay.
We can see it, which is exactly the other way around. And since, of course, by the window you have more warmth dispersion, more heat dispersion. And this is what we have on the north side. This is the north side of house. So here it's the more fragile way, the place where the heat can be dispersed. And then that's the reason why here windows are very, very small. So of course the living room of the house is on the other side, and here we have mostly the bathroom, the sleeping room, and so on. And we have a very small windows, so that the least possible warmth will be lost. And I have just compared the gas, the heating bills of people living in a house like this and people like me living in a normal house. I have to spend and to pay to invest 10 times more money to heat my house than what they do. So I mean, you can see that living in a good way, in an environmental friendly way, it's also a much cheaper way to live, because you don't have to use money to do such a stupid thing like burning oil or burning gas just to heat a house. And this is, I think, it's a very important thing.
Okay. 이제 어떻게 이제 인터뷰하고.
Okay.
So this is actually main street, yeah?
This is the main street, and it is interesting because you said normally when you see a street, in a normal street, it's a place for cars. And look at this street. We have more or less, if you 40 meter wide, more or less, and then just look at the space devoted to the cars. We have a big place for public transport here. Then we have a natural area with this collection, raining water collection. How you call it? Graben in German.
Graben?
What is it? Okay, the place, this stream to collect water, and then we have a huge pavement for people again. So out of 40 meters wide, only maybe 3 or 4 meters are devoted to cars. So this is the very first important thing. The other very important thing is that this village, sorry, it's not a village, it's this district. Is, so that the trams.
Yeah, we can still talk. Yeah, I can talk.
Yeah, okay. Maybe there are still a couple of minutes, maybe. Okay, in any case, we do it. And then another thing that we can see is that this village, this eco-district, is not being created only for people to sleep, to eat and to sleep. But here we have schools, as we have seen at the beginning. We have a lot of kindergarten. We have center for young people, center for older people. We have people to buy things. We have supermarkets. We have libraries. We have shops. We have some handcraft area over there. So we have really more or less all the offers that the city can have. And this is also has an impact, a positive impact also on the safety of the village. You come here, let's say, in winter at 5 o'clock when it's already dark, but you have a livable district. You have people around because you have people going to shop and so on. And so you have a much more safe feeling instead of being in an area in which you have only houses and nothing more. At after 4 o'clock, everything is dark, everything closed, and then you don't have a real life.
Actually, it's very difficult to find any CCTV in here. That's why, because in Korea or any other countries, village like this, and so many tourists coming in, there's so many CCTVs everywhere. But I can't see any. Is there any reason?
It can be possible. Well, in Europe, you have a rather strong regulations about that. If you have a CCTV, you have to inform people that there is a CCTV, so you cannot just have one. But as I said, I have the impression that the feeling of safety is more given by the fact that people are around and people live in the district. So you don't need a CCTV to make you safe, because what makes you safe is that there is a place to buy things over there, and so there are people around, and so you know that if something happens, there are people.
Okay. So, could you just test we're going to test the audio?
Yep.
Say
Hi.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Okay, so could you just make a short summary of this village again?
Yeah, the eco district Vauban has been planned at the beginning of the 90s when the French army left this military base, and a group of people, a group of intellectuals, students, young people, asked the city administration to plan together a sort of alternative district, a new kind of district. And after some discussion, the city administration accepted this, and they started to plan so that some new characteristic for a quality of life close to environmentally friendly quality of life had been implemented. First, the mobility. You can see that people use feet, walks, bicycles, very sparsely the cars. Many of people here don't tow a car because it's not needed for their life. The second characteristic is the energy of the building. So buildings don't need a lot of energy to be heated. In some cases, for passive houses or even the Energie Plus houses, they barely need energy to be heated, which is very good not only for the environment but also for their financial situation. The third thing is the use of the space. So space is for the people, not for the cars. There is space for green areas, great space for common parts. There are squares, like in this case, and so the space is done for the people and not the other way around. The fourth characteristic is possibly the fact that it's not just a place to sleep, but it's really a place to live. There are places to eat, to go out in the evening, to have music, to have parties, to have common spaces, to have the rural market like in this area. And so people don't have to go away to go to other places. There are places to buy things, to do shopping, to do. And so you don't need to create extra mobility to go 5 kilometers away from the town to buy, for example, in a shopping mall. And then finally, whatever we have seen has been planned together by the public administration, by the city administration, and the people themselves, as a stakeholder, as a common co-planner. So these are the main characteristics of the districts, which reached a very high quality of life, and that's why it's very interesting. But I have to say that this characteristic, maybe they are, in a way, the bigger, the main characteristic, and they are very specific on this village, on this eco-district, but they are common with the rest of the town. So we have a green city in Freiburg, and within the green city we have eco-friendly quality of life, and not only here in Vauban. So I would say this is the highlight of the city, but it's not only Vauban. Cappuccino for him and espresso for me, yes.
Thank you. So next question will be about the future, because I saw this village is expanding. 그 다음은 지금 뭐 얘기했냐면 여기를 소개랑 이 사람들의 라이프가 어떻게 되는지를 얘기했고, 이제 그 다음에 미래에 대해서 물어볼게요. 준비된 말씀이세요? 네. 치울까요, 뭐를? 알리 분이 조금 알리, you have to a little bit more. Okay, yeah. 스케줄. 이쪽 보라고요. Yeah.
Okay.
So I saw when I first came into the village, you actually explained me the school is also a different color because it's expanding. Also, I saw there's new houses are building. that means this village is still growing.
No, it's finished. Now they started to build in 1995. The last building has been built 2016, and now it's finished.
But what could be the future for this?
Well, the future is to build another part of the city, not here. But this is in any case an important point which is beyond the limit of this of the eco district. I mean, Freiburg, when they started to plan this village, this eco district, the Vauban, Freiburg was about 190,000 inhabitants. Now Freiburg is 230,000 inhabitants. So within 25 years, we had population increase by 40,000 people, which in Europe is absolutely uncommon. I mean, of course, in Asia, this is something that we know for India, for growing economies. Now it would be the case of Africa, of course. But in Europe, where we have, in fact, a stagnation of population, this is very uncommon. So this really speaks for the extreme attractiveness of this town. And the town has to now take decision. They succeeded in building, in developing the town using the principle of what they called in German Innenentwicklung vor Außenentwicklung. So internal development before instead of external development. But now the limit has been reached. Not only the physical limit, but also the social limit. The fact that now it's very difficult to buy or to rent affordable flats. Because of course, if you have a very high quality of life and you are very close to the city center, in a free market society, even if you do some social housing and so on, the prices go up. And this is something that, of course, the city administration cannot accept, doesn't want. And so, some years ago, the city administration decided, for example, to build a new district outside the limit of the physical limit of the city, which is still very well connected will be very well connected with an existing tram line, which will be prolonged. So, but it's really a new area for 11,000 people. It will be started to be built from the 2020. So this is the future, and the future of this area of Vauban. Let's see what. I mean, there are people here that live here from 1995. So maybe now their children who were born here will leave the house. Let's see if the parents will decide, okay, now I have a rather big flat, children are away, what should I do? Shall I go away and leave place for bigger families and they will go to the countryside or will go to another part of the city, or I will stay in a bigger flat? Let's see. This is something that even sociologists cannot really foresee.
So what could be your very short definition, like 1 or 2 sentences of smart city?
Well, a smart city, I have to confess that smart city is a strange definition, because I have the impression that everywhere in the world, everyone or each person uses smart city in the way he or she wants. There are some people, for example, using smart city to mean a city governed by smart technology, by smart information technique. I think that I'm still in favor of the idea of a sustainable city where people can live together with the nature, can live in a sustainable way, contributing or not contributing too much to climate change, having nature and culture and recreation and commerce very close, so that car is not needed, and you can, with the car sharing, you can just decide not to own a car and just to take a car, to rent a car only when you really need it. just reducing the number of space, this number of square meter or kilometer devoted to cars. And this is a good city, it's a smart city, I would say. And of course, not only environmental things have to be taken into consideration, but also a social thing. A smart or sustainable city is also a city which is open to people of every belief, every religion, every kind of culture, every nationality. The city of Freiburg welcomed in the last 3 years about 4,500 refugees from Syria, from Afghanistan, from Iraq, from Ethiopia, from North Africa. And I have to say I'm very proud of this because the people in Freiburg accepted them, and now many of refugees are becoming citizens of the city, just cooperating or going to school, finding a job, finding some startup for them, bringing new cultures, new way of eating in the city, and this is the way I think the world will be better. And I think that is having a smart city, having a city in which people, we have seen so many children going around, strolling around alone with the nature. I have the belief that in such a kind of city there is more tolerance, more openness to different culture. And this is an important thing nowadays.
마지막으로 여기 사시는데 행복하냐? 어떤 거 앞으로 이런 게 많이 있었으면 좋겠냐? 이런 두 가지만.
Do you actually live here, or?
I live in a neighbor district. Okay. I don't live here in Vauban, but I live in Freiburg in another kind, in a more traditional district, but still in which there are more cars than here. But still, I would say if I think I have 2 daughters, they started to go to school alone when they were 7, and in very many other cities in Europe or in the world, this is not possible. And this, of course, is good for the children because they become more independent, and it's much better for the children to go to the school with friends instead of with the father or instead of with the mother. But it's also good for the parents because when my children go out and go to school, I can have a second espresso, I can read a newspaper, I can have time for myself. And so this is again quality of life, and it's much better to stay on the sofa or to getting ready to go to job or to answer email or to do whatever than to go locked in a car fighting with other fathers or mothers to bring children to school.
So what could be, is there anything they really want, maybe one more thing from this village? Because you're very happy to live in this area, but maybe there should be one small thing to improve your life. What could be? It's a difficult question. I think it's an easy question, but it's very difficult.
Then no, to improve my life, I mean, well, the only thing that I would like to improve would be to have even more and more time, just to enjoy, to slow down the way we are getting older and older, of course. And if I could repeat also my last 10 years, would be nice. But of course, I'm joking, of course. But in fact, I think that you can try to. There is kind of this management cycle. Let's plan, do, check, act. I think it's an important thing. I mean that if the city administration still discuss with people living here, also to think, was everything okay? What did we create? What have we reached? And this is something. For example, maybe. If there is one thing that in this district could have been better, maybe would it be to have more variety of people. Maybe here population is a little bit too homogeneous. Many Germans or European middle or upper class people. So maybe there could be some more efforts to have more migrants, more other people. I don't know. Maybe this would be the only thing that could be improved. And then let's see if, this. And then there is another thing that about especially this thing of the cars. So to have an almost car-free district. If this model can be used also in the new district that going to be planned in the next years, this would be, I think, a good thing. Thank you.
사람들 많이 온다. 빨리 해야 돼. So quickly, yeah. So
as you like.
Yeah. So, 자 빨리 해봐.
Right, good.
So, could you explain us about this village? Because we want to know about it. Because you're living here.
I live here. It's Bourbon. It's really a nice place.
Mm-hmm.
When I come here in 2001, and we built many people built their apartments in groups. Just a moment.
No problem.
Okay. Many people took their chance. They built their apartments in groups. They bought the ground to build houses.
Okay. Can you just repeat again? Sorry.
From which place? From which point?
just beginning. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. One more time. Yeah.
I live here at Bourbon since 2001, and I built my apartment together with our people. The town, Freiburg, they bought the ground to private people, and there were groups, and they built houses together. This was a chance to become owner of an apartment for many people here, and many people took that chance. And this was, in former times, this was the place where the French army was, but in 1989, there was no more frontier between the German Democratic Republic and the Federal Republic of Germany. And therefore, I think in 92, the French soldiers went back to France. And then here was placed to found a new village, and I think Freiburg took a chance to find a way for many ideas people had here. For example, it's a place you can have a car, but then you have to sell a place for the car, or you have because according to the law, when you have an apartment, you are obliged. You have to have a place for a car. Each apartment has to have a place for a car. Here there were houses for the cars, and when you do not want to buy a place for the car, you go. You become member of a club.
What is the best part of the living here? What is the best part?
It's easy.
Easy.
Because it's near. You go 100 meters this direction. You are at Schönberg, that is a mountain. There's there are trees. You are outside Freiburg. You take the tram, the little train. 11 minutes. You are in the midst of town, and you go by train. Half an hour. You are in the Black Forest. Half an hour, 50 minutes by car or by train, you are in France, and 1 hour you are in Switzerland.
Okay. Lovely place to live. Yeah. Okay, you have so many guests, so we'll wait. Yeah, no problem. Yeah. Thank you. 손님 너무 많아. 그러니까 이 동네 사는 거에 대해서 쭉 자랑하고 얘기하고 너무 말이 길어가지고 이 동네 가장 좋은 게 뭐냐 했더니 이지하다 모든 것이. 이지에 대한 이유를 좀 설명했습니다. 너무 손님이 많아가지고 이렇게. Hi.
Yeah, could you explain us about the bread and your area you just mentioned to me?
I think in this area, many people are conscious about nature, about the world. In the bakery where I'm working here, this is my place where I work. There's the grain. It's biological agriculture, and when the bread is prepared, the grain is prepared in the night before at this time. Therefore, it is fresh, and it has plenty of vitamins. It's the best quality. Also, the people who are living here, not especially in this area at Bourbon, they are conscious about the world, and there, for example, is a shop. They sell jeans, and there you can see the picture of a person who is who is preparing, who is making the jeans, and it's. There's a shop on the other side of the street. They are conscious about fair trade. It's a kind of thinking, and with this thinking, I think you can perhaps find a way to that there's one day a united world.
So maybe if I met new people from the outside of the city, I would say you have to visit this bakery because this is the best bakery in Bourbon.
I think there are many shops of this bakery. I think about 30 shops in the region. This is a bakery of Ehrenkirchen, but the quality is really high because it's biological agriculture. Since 1989, the owner of this bakery, he tried to find farmers who give him the grain he wants, and it's also fresh made. It's also fresh made. Okay.
Okay. Well, thanks very much. Thanks very much. Thank you very much.
Bye.
택시 와 있어요. 택시 와 택시 가야 돼.
Three, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
So, Ali, thanks very much for coming down to this far away.
Was a pleasure.
You're my business partner. I mean, for me, it was very difficult to understand because I have almost nothing knowledge in Germany. But here, it's really great because you are here together with me, and it actually helps me much more better understanding of technology in here. You and I were working in this village this morning, but do you have any kinds of impression? How do you see this village?
It's impressive to see how people got involved in these projects. This is something normally you don't see from outside. How is the process of development of such a project or such an area where people actually live and they spend most of their time in this area? So basically you can see as we walk around, we see people have everything what they need in here, and they don't need that much cars, they don't need that much energy to live and spend their time, spend their life in such an area. And this is what it's about. This is, let's say, the German philosophy of the green city or sustainable city of the future, is concepts like this. So it's basically meant to create life space, living space for people using high technology without making it that much obvious. So Germany is an old-fashioned country with a long history and very, very conservative in terms of keeping their history and the old buildings and stuff. That's why you see old buildings all over the place. And here where we are now, everything is pretty new. So still looks like more or less like conservative areas. And also if you see that right over there, the old buildings which have been refurbished and modernized, where people live in now, there was a former military base. So there you can see, okay, what's the idea behind? And actually it's okay. Of course, the main target is reducing greenhouse gas emissions.
That's of course one of the main targets. The other one is saving energy. So of course we can try to solve this with technology. But technology only doesn't help the people. So if you have high technology, reducing energy costs and so on, so still people might don't like it, might don't use it, and this might not generate the same value for the people to live in there and to create such a space. If you don't implement the people, their lifestyle, and create a living space. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It's working? Yeah.
So Ali, while we are walking around this village, we saw so many solar panels here.
Yeah.
But do you think it's enough, or I just simply cannot understand why they have so many solar panels here, but maybe it's enough for them, or what do you see? How do you see this?
It's about using the space you have for generating energy. And the best thing you can do is putting them on the roof. It's invisible for the people in here. As you can see, the roofs in here are more or less flat. Sometimes you can see them a little bit, but mostly it's invisible for the people. And that's a benefit. People don't like to see that. It's electricity on the building and stuff. People basically don't like it, and it's changing the view of the building and the view that the people have of their life. So people are very much connected to nature in Germany, and especially in such an area where nature is very close to the rural areas. So that's there's the benefit. Very simple. So you put the panels on the roof, you basically don't see them. And that's better than putting them on the ground, having a huge solar farm to generate energy, constructing cable lines to bring electricity to the homes. Just put them in there. Next step would be to have the battery in the house to store the energy. So it's step by step. As you have heard from the other people we've been talking with, it's a development process since decades going on in Freiburg. It's not only Freiburg, it's several areas in Germany. But Freiburg is a very good example to see how they do it, and they're doing very well in here.
But also, you see, I asked several times, the blind thing in the outside of the window.
Yeah.
Why do they have that? I mean, do you have any idea? I simply don't understand.
It's very simple, and this is not really new technology for us in Germany. Maybe it's hundreds of years old technology. It's very simple because we have very long days in summer, and sunlight coming into the rooms very early morning, like 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. And if it's too bright, and normally, in the, let's say in the northern part of the world, or let's say at least in northern part of Europe, people like to have the main living area focused to the south, to have as much sunshine coming in as possible. But if you imagine you want to sleep out, so it's going to disturb you at 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning if you have sunshine in your face while you want to sleep. And that's the reason why most of the houses have this kind of thing.
But how do you know this kind of technologies very well? I mean, I know you are very expert on the clean tech and many other aspects of the. Could you actually explain me a little bit more about what do you do as a business-wise?
My business is mainly market entry services. So we've been supporting many companies entering to the, let's say, green energy market and green building markets. So there are a lot of small companies around Europe. Not only in Europe, I've been supporting companies in Korea as well. There are many companies with very nice... sorry.
Let's go back to your business again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're mainly doing market entry services in different fields. One of the major fields we're focused on, my company is focused on, is the green energy. We call it green energy field. So it's not about only generating energy. It's also reducing energy consumption. So there are many companies, many small and mid-sized companies as well, especially in Germany. a lot of small and mid-sized companies having very nice products for this kind of project, to reduce energy costs, to reduce energy consumption, to generate energy, to make those things more efficient. For example, I can give you an example. What we see very often in Freiburg is the second green facade, how they call it in here. It's basically they put some lines outside the facade, the original facade of the building, and they plant some plants to grow up the building. So that means you have a second facade. It helps you saving energy, heating costs and cooling costs as well. So that's one advantage. The second advantage is it's going to be green. It's going to plants help consuming CO2 or transforming CO2, and this is another benefit. The third benefit is people like nature. People, it's a benefit to people's life if nature, plants, animals, even insects. I'm sure you don't like insects. You told me several times. It's also mosquitoes killing me as well. But still, people are very much concerned about issues like, okay, bees dying or other insects dying, other animals dying. So people want to save them and give them some space as well. So this is another benefit. This kind of project sounds very simple. Okay, you plant a plant and it just grows by some water and sunlight. But there are companies in Germany very specialized in doing that in an efficient way, in a good way to make it sustainable. So that's what we can see. Okay, there are so many companies. There is a lot of engineering power. There is a lot of R&D works going in there. But there must be someone to help those companies commercialize, to get into this kind of projects, you know, to basically sell the product and improve people's life with that. And that's what we are doing. We're helping those companies to dig into such projects, to commercialize their products. And with a pretty much focus on implementation of different technologies and products in certain projects and processes. That's what we are doing in this field, and the main task what we're doing. Of course, while we're doing that, we get a lot of experience. We see a lot of projects, get a lot of, let's say, expertise, also technologically. I'm no engineer, but meanwhile, I'm doing that since 2009. So it's almost 10 years. We're supporting companies doing that. There is a certain expertise after a while. So that's why I can tell you even in here, Vauban City, we've seen the panels on the roof. Some of them are almost 20 years old. Of course, there will be a certain time to upgrade, give them new generation of solar panels for the roofs. This is going to increase the efficiency and the output of energy. And maybe a few years later, you can improve your facade of the building, save more energy for heating and cooling. Or we've seen in the City Hall building, in the new City Hall, the water cooling system. They don't have any air conditioning. Maybe today's really hot.
Oh yeah.
Today's really hot in here. So you can see it can get very hot in Germany as well. We're not that much focused on cooling. We're more focused on heating because the winter is longer than the summer. But still, okay, we need cooling as well. So there are new solutions. I'm not sure if there are that many buildings, let's say outside of Europe, where you have this water cooling system in the building, and it's coming from groundwater. It's you're using natural resources. You're giving them back to nature, and you can reuse it again. That's a very clever idea.
You know, Ali, I'm also doing the smart city and the smart house. Let's say if I want to implement, or if Korean company want to come here, or if I implement German technology into Korean smart city project, what could be the advice from you? So let's say I want to choose some solar panel or some energy company from Germany to bring in to smart city or smart house project in Korea or / Asia.
Yeah.
What could be your advice for them?
You know, to create a smart city or let's say green city, you need to think about the environment where you want to create it. So you might, in Korea, you might more be focused on cooling than on heating, for example. So that means you have to implement different technologies. So to choose the right technology, so first you have to think about, okay, what do I have? Where is the place? How is the environment? How is the temperatures? How is people's, let's say, people common behavior? How they want to use their living space? That's all the things you have to take into account if you want to create a sustainable green city. And what I can tell you is, okay, there is no one solution for everybody. So it must be customized solutions. As you can see here, implementation or involving the community or the citizens of this area of Freiburg was very important for the development of this project. So this is because the people's behavior, the people's background, history, and how they deal with environmental problems and so on was very important. Freiburg has a long history fighting against nuclear power plants and really being environmentally friendly. So that's in their people minds. So you cannot do or create such a living space for people without taking into account their minds.
So Ali, I have one final question, as I ask to everybody. What could be your definition and very fancy one sentence of smart city?
My definition of a smart city, it's a very complicated question because it's not my smart city. If I live in Hamburg, you know that. If I would have create Hamburg as a smart city, so I would use a lot of things. We have a harbor. People in Hamburg love access to the water. We have the Alster Lake in the city center. So people love water, being close to water. I would definitely implement that as a big point into a green city project. However, you can use it with the technology which you have at that moment, and technology is developing and changing. So it depends on when you create your smart or green city. So you're going to have a certain technologies you can implement, and depending on the environment or the place, you should use different technologies. So what is the main point creating a green city is, okay, you're going to try to reduce energy consumption, the greenhouse gas emissions, you want to save the nature, you want to save water if possible, you want to create a life space where people feel well living and they like using the technology you implement. So if you have all these features together, you might have the perfect green city.
마지막으로 스마트 시티 너무 길게 했어요. 한 문장만. Okay, maybe Ali. No. 한 10초. Maybe you can make it a little more shorter sentence or definition for smart city. So I can see you are very focused on have to reflect people's lifestyle in the city. Maybe I don't know what's the best way to describe your definition, but let's make it a little bit more shorter.
Okay. Again? My definition of a smart city or green city, how you call it, needs to have the perfect green city or smart city. Needs to have different aspects. So one is saving energy, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, increasing people's life quality with the technology you can have. So that's a green city of the future.
Thank you. Done.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so basically, thanks very much for your time. We would like to understand about yourself and your organization first. Could you quickly, briefly explain us this to me?
What
Sorry, 다시 할게요. Okay, sorry.
크게 조금.
Ready?
조금 크게.
네.
끝.
So first of all, thanks very much for your time. Could you explain yourself and your organization?
Okay. My name is Andreas Hildebrand. I'm the speaker of Public Transportation Company of the city of Freiburg.
And what does your organization is doing?
We are operating the bus and tram system, and well, this is our task. This is a public transport within the city of Freiburg. We have 74 streetcars, we have 64 buses, and last year we had more than 80 million passengers. That means we have around about 220,000 passengers a day. That's the number of inhabitants of the city of Freiburg.
Also, what is the streetcar you actually mentioned?
The streetcar?
Yeah.
It's the tram, it's the light rail.
Okay. But you said bus and tram and streetcar. The streetcar is more...
A streetcar is rail-based system, electric system, and yeah.
Okay.
I think it's a difference in American English and British English.
So I also saw there are so many bicycles in this city. Could you explain us why there are so many and why does people like it as well?
Well, we have the big luck that our political leaders in the city government since many decades wants to promote the environmental friendly modes of transportation. So we had in the year 1969 the first master plan of bicycle riding here in the city of Freiburg. This was a time when bicycle riding in Germany was seen more or less than a sport, not like mobility. And so we developed, the city of Freiburg developed a good net of bicycle lanes. We have more than 400 kilometers of bicycle lanes and bicycle-friendly streets here in Freiburg. And well, with a good offer of infrastructure, you can convince many persons to change from special trips from car to bicycle or from car to public transportation system.
And also we went to Bourbon Village, and we were very interested. It was very interesting, and also they have a special traffic system there. Can you explain a little bit about the village?
Yeah, in Vauban the housings do not have parking places close to the houses. Normally it's a duty in Germany to have this, but not in Vauban. They have two big garages for all the cars in the residential area. And well, you can reach your house by car, you can put things outside of your car, but then the car has to vanish to one of the big garages. And there is a very good system of bicycle lanes, of pedestrian lanes, and in the center of the settlement there's the streetcar, the light rail line, and it connects the inhabitants with the rest of the city.
But I guess when you first try out this system, there should be there was some problem, or maybe people don't like to do this. Or is there any kind of difficulty when you first try this new system?
Not at all, especially not in Vauban. We have another example. It's Rieselfeld. It's another new city district. It's just around the corner here, and well, it's very good when you can connect urban planning with mobility planning, because mobility planning is part of urban planning, and that means the offer of environmental friendly modes of transportation should be very good, very attractive. And it's not a policy against cars. We will have individual car traffic or individual traffic necessarily every time, but it's an offer to use the environmental friendly modes of transportation, and people moving to these places know what they have to expect, and most of them like it.
You just mentioned there are new sites you're developing.
Yes.
Could you explain us a little bit about it?
Yes, it's a little bit older than Vauban. It started in the middle of the 19th last century, and it's on 75 hectare, and at this city, a residential area for about 10 to 12,000 inhabitants. And well, the logistics of mobility is the streetcar line, bicycle lanes, footwalks in the center of the settlement, and the streets are speed reduced and so on for cars.
And I didn't see many electric vehicles in here, but is there any reason, or do you have a plan to increase the electric vehicle cars?
Well, when you have a look there are two of them. Cars from my company, we change when we have new cars. We change from diesel or from to electric to electricity, and I think this is the new trend. And well, our buses now they are diesel, but the next buses we will have are electric.
Okay, I saw the tram in here is very different, and looks like a little bit old style, but also they are very modern. But can you sort of explain a little bit about the tram? Because that looks very interesting, but it looks so different.
You mean the different vehicles?
Yeah.
Well, we have different vehicles and types. The oldest are from the 1980s, and the newest are 1 year old. And so we have a range of 35 years around about. Well, in 2 years, the 5 oldest will be replaced by 5 very new ones, and so it's always a change.
뭐뭐 얘기했냐면 여기 전체에 교통 인프라에 대해서 얘기했고요. 또 자전거가 왜 이렇게 잘 돼 있고 어떤 정책 때문에 자전거가 이렇게 됐고 그다음에 트램에 대해서 얘기도 좀 했고 아까 버번 빌리지 우리 보복마을에 교통 시스템이 왜 특이한지 거기에 대한 얘기들을 쭉 하셨고 요 근처에 있는 또 다른 동네 얘기도 좀 해주셨고 전기차가 생각보다 많지 않은데 앞으로 전기차를 얼마나 더 늘릴 건지에 대한 계획 같은 거 좀 얘기했고요. 현재 그런 얘기. 오케이. 만약에 또 스마트 시티는 정리 하나 하고 이제 보자 그럴까요? 네, Okay. So I have one final question, which is I'm asking same question to everybody. So everybody have a different aspect.
그거 하나 또
just a second.
외국하고 우리나라 외국하고 아시아, 유럽하고 동아시아하고 차이점 같은 거 있잖아요. 그런 교통을 보면서 느낀 점은 좀 하나만.
Okay. Okay, I have 2 more questions. First one is, if you ever been in an Asian country, you might already understand they have a very different traffic system that you have. So we want your opinion on how you compare these two systems and what could be the lesson that we learn from Freiburg. And second question will be, we are asking same question to everybody, but what is your short definition of smart city?
Okay, that's a difficult question.
Yeah, that's just it doesn't have to matter. It could be just your own view. That's still fine.
Okay.
We just want to hear many different opinions from expertise from all around the world. So that's ready? Oh, okay. So you might visit South Korea or any other Asian country. You might see they are very different, and also I saw there are so many other identities of Freiburg. Can you compare these? I know it's difficult generally. Compare two systems, and is there any kind of lesson or secret recipe that you are able to give us?
Oh, this is really difficult. I've been to Asia. I've been to Japan one time, and it was on the countryside. It was very car-based. In Tokyo, there's a very, very strong public transportation system. Really, really great thing. But it's very difficult to compare cities in Europe, in the older Europe parts, and in Asia or in the United States, because the structure of the cities is really another way around very often. And for example, density of population in special parts and so on, which is a very important topic for public transportation, or geography or climate and so on. I think the most important thing to learn from Freiburg is the concept of a city of the short distances. And I have a second to explain it. When you are in residential areas in Freiburg, you normally will find little shopping malls, little grocery store, bakery, a barber shop, and so on, where you can buy a shirt and so on. And the big hypermarkets at the border of the city with the big parking places where you can buy from milk to television and dishwasher, everything in one shop, they are not allowed here. There is a list of the things of the daily supply. And things of the daily supply are not allowed to be sold in the big shops at the border of the city. People should not have to take a car ride to buy their milk. They should go walk by foot or by bicycle to a shop that is some 100 meters away from them, and they are 100% mobile for buy the things of the daily supply, but they are causing only a very short amount of traffic. 100% mobility with less traffic. Yeah, this is very important, and it has a strong social effect. When people are on the streets in the residential areas are not only for sleeping there. There's life on the streets, and when there's life on the streets, people feel more safe and secure and so on. I think this is very important thing to know about the system here in Freiburg. And smart city. What is a smart city? This is a really difficult question. Well, I think it has, in our days, it has a lot to do with digitalization and digitalization of mobility processes. That you have your app on your cell phone. That I say I want to go from here to there in this time, and it organizes the whole chain of my mobility with leasing bikes, with car sharing, with public transportation, and so on. I think concerning mobility, this is the direction of a smart city, and well, as digitalization, the things are paid. You do not have to have cash. It's all in one in your app, and this is the future. We are on the way into
your
this.
definition of smart city is more like focusing digitalization and the mobility.
And concerning mobility, yes.
Can you make it like a one sentence? And here, yeah, for smart city.
Okay. Concerning mobility, the smart city has to be highly digitalized. Oh,
no problem.
Is digitalized right?
Yeah, digitalized.
It sounds digitalized.
Yeah, digitalized.
Okay. Concerning mobility, the smart city has to be highly digitalized, and with a system, one in your pocket. It's so shit.
I like that definition. So shit.
No, cut. I have to concentrate once.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Concerning mobility, a smart city has to be highly digitalized.
Thank you. Perfect.
Perfect. Nearly perfect.
Are we able to look around with you and do a little bit about?
Yeah, sure.
Is there anything you think
for good traffic? And there are only two cities in Germany that made it another way around. This is Freiburg and Münster in Westphalia. They said, okay, we will build the city center. Everything is destroyed. We have to build new housings, but we'll build them in the city center within the medieval crown plan. And so when you are visiting the old city of Freiburg, most buildings are post-war buildings. But you have the medieval feeling because the structure is medieval.
Oh.
And but the medieval structure is not good for many
car
traffic.
Yes.
And so when Germany came to wealth again in the 60s, and everybody had a Volkswagen Beetle or something like that, a good car, the streets in the city, there was the 24-hour jam in the city center. The place around the cathedral has been a big parking. And so they had to think, they saw, this is not the way how it should go, can go,
Yeah.
and we have to think about other concepts to make the city center reachable, but not by car. And this was the beginning.
Okay. And this is actually the area that all the buses and streetcars are here?
Yes.
Could you explain us a little bit about the area?
Yes, these are buses. They are back from a service, and they wait to be cleaned and so on.
Yes.
These are buses from another company. They have extra traffic because a railroad track is refurbished, and they have buses now there, and they are guests here. Here is the garage for the buses, and behind this 3 garages for the streetcars. We can go in if you want. Here are workshops.
Oh yeah. So you actually maintain bus and streetcar at the same pace?
Yes. Oh well, streetcars here, buses there.
Okay. I guess this, this type of bus is very difficult to. 아니 전기차는 아닙니다.
기름은 안 쓰고 전기로 이동한다는 거예요.
그건 아닙니다. 그건 아닙니다.
We get money for this. Yeah, it's important.
Of course, of course. So, wow, it looks like, how does it possible?
I think they just make a new advertisement on it.
질문 하나만 해볼까요?
이게 지금 차이가, can you explain us a little bit? Can you explain us more about this workshop? And I can see there's a very old one and there's a very new one.
Yes, that's right.
How old? What's the difference between these two?
This is a light rail train from the year 1991.
1991.
It's 33 meters long, and it has been the first train with one low floor entrance.
Okay.
Yeah. This one is one of our newest. It's from the year 2015. It's completely low floor and it's 9 meters longer.
Okay.
Streetcars in Freiburg get longer and longer every time because the number of our customers is increasing very, very fast.
So could you tell us who you are and which company you're coming from?
My name is Mireille Jacobsen. I am the responsible hospitality manager here at the Crown Plaza Hotel in Copenhagen, where I help with taking care of sustainability across the whole company.
아니야.
이거 다 그대로 써?
네임이다. 네임은 이름만 쓰려고.
Okay. It looks very special in my point of view, but could you explain us a little bit about this place?
Yeah, well, this is a very fantastic place actually. You come in. Yeah.
This looks very special in my point of view. Could you explain us a little bit about what does this place are?
It's a very unique building indeed. The Crown Plaza Copenhagen Towers here is actually built from the very beginning, thought that it had to be one of the most sustainable hotels in the world. Not just a green hotel, but really one that took it out there. So it is unique in the sense that we have a hotel building in one of our buildings, and the other one we have offices, actually, which is a full service provider. So from the very beginning, we thought that what are we going to do to make this a sustainable hotel, or as green as it can be, and we implemented several flagship technologies to make this not only green, but one of the world's best. So as you come in here, you can see first and foremost our atrium, our indoor forest that we have here, which really brings out the soul of the building. But as you walk around, you can also maybe see that this maybe is one of the only things as you walk around. It's a very minimalist building, and it doesn't have waterfalls and walls and green everywhere on the walls and everywhere. And that's really because here sustainability is integrated behind the scenes. For us, sustainability is just something that has to be there. It's not necessarily something that our guests need to actively choose, because we've already made the decisions for them when they arrive here at the hotel. It could be, for example, the fact that they don't need to think how long they're going to take a shower, because we've already implemented water-saving technologies in the rooms. In terms of energy, we have one of Europe's largest building integrated solar panel parks. So you can see the facade of the building, even though you don't notice it's there, is actually solar panels that create our own on-site electricity. A hotel like this, or a building...
Sorry, 1 second. Hotel like this, because I'm there.
조금 앞으로 찍어보세요.
Maybe move a little bit here.
Yeah.
오케이.
Later?
네, 됐어요. 바로 이렇게 바로 이어서 해달라요.
Should I start from the solar panel park?
Yeah, solar panel park.
Yeah. Yeah.
대드름
Yeah. Okay.
대드름이면
Yeah, we have one of Northern Europe's largest building integrated solar panel parks, which means that we generate our own electricity on site. You don't maybe not notice it actually when you arrive, as the facade just looks like it has glass paneling on it as such. But we actually generate about 12% of our own electricity here on site. The rest of our energy comes from green energy solutions, comes from windmills. So that being said, that 100% of the energy we use here at the hotel is CO2 neutral.
How's the people's reaction? Maybe you all can say, what's the people's reaction from Copenhagen? Or what about the people from outside, I guess? What does people say about this building?
Well, people think it's awesome, I want to say.
I feel same.
Yeah, that's great. No, people are often very surprised. Like I say, that you come here and you experience an excellent hotel. An excellent hotel that you would find in anywhere else in the world. But on top of that, it's actually one of the world's most sustainable without them actually knowing it. So when they find out that it is as sustainable, they just think that that's bonus, that's added value, which actually makes, at the end of the day, for much more engaged, much more loyal guests that actually return to it, because they also want to be part of the journey in their own footprint when they're traveling.
Maybe this might be a little bit tricky question. Yeah? It's just from my own thought. I went to Singapore, and there is a very famous hotel called the Pickering. Pickering Hotel also have a kind of a garden around the hotel. They have a water purifying system from the top to top bottom. So they are also very nice, and there looks like you have own garden in every room. But I feel like there's so many insects, and I really didn't like to stay, even though it looks very sustainable. Is there any kind of similar problem with this building about insects or something?
Insects?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if it. Well, at the moment, actually, we're having a little bit of a challenge. Whether it is, but it's nothing that the guest experience as such. Again, this is a public area, so it just looks because of we need to put some different lighting on it, which makes a difference. But other than that, it's not really something that you experience, especially not when you're. It's not something that affects the comfort of your stay, because I think that is extremely key for us. When you come here and have a sustainable experience, it must never ever compromise the quality of the product that you're experiencing, the quality of the service. So it should not be a worse product at the end of it. It should not be bothered by insects or everything else. it should just be a great experience that actually enhances that, makes it feel better at the end of the day.
So I don't like mosquito, and that building.
No, I
can. 18th floor, there are mosquitoes all around where I really
likes
like
it, yeah.
So,
yeah.
So we have one more question, and we are talking about smart city. How does this building can play a role in smart city? Smart city can be defined so many different ways, but how do you see this building play a role in smart city?
Well, I think buildings are icons, first of all, right? Buildings, they show how things can be done, and I really think that this building was a landmark in terms of sustainability in the city. Not only in terms of the hospitality industry, where we actually show people this is how it can look like, how a sustainable building, a sustainable company can look like, while still being profitable and getting tourists to come to the city and experience that. So I think that's very integral as well as a city, Copenhagen, where people can come in and also experience a new way of living, to come into a public-private area, forest, where you can have a sustainable meal, while at the same time just living, around the corner. That being said, we also contribute to the fact that we have our own on-site electricity, for example. Copenhagen also has a goal to become CO2 neutral in 2025, and that's a very important part as well for us, because we also know that our guests, they come to Copenhagen. They don't come to Copenhagen Towers. Yeah. So first of all, it's important for us to be part of the destination and show that this is Copenhagen and be a landmark for the city as such as well.
So maybe just one more question. Is there any kind of political support when you first build this building? Of course, Copenhagen is Denmark is looking for energy independent, sustainable energy for 2025. But is there any specific benefit or incentive when you're building this from the government or as a political?
We weren't.
Okay.
Yeah, we weren't. We didn't get any special subsidies in that sense. That was more than 10 years ago. I think today is quite a big difference. There's a lot of money and funds to be actually. There's a lot of initiatives from government to actually help get this on the roll. But once again, actually, this building opened at the same time as COP15. The climate conference happened just down the road here, actually. So in that sense, it made a big difference that Hillary Clinton was staying here under the climate conference, and it really opened in the name of climate change, and we really became a beacon in terms of that under the whole thing. So in that sense, I really think that it is part of that. And since then, also, I mean, this tower has also been chosen by, for example, political parties that have government negotiations and so on, because it also reflects green on them, so to speak, as a place that they want to be associated with, a sustainable place.
It's a joke, but if Kim Jong-un wants to stay here, but it would be best place to stay. Welcome.
I think maybe you could elaborate on how the whole district has...
Yeah, I can't remember what was the last thing I said. Was that...
I was saying that there's...
Oh yeah, that was the area. Yeah, sorry, I just had to remember what I was talking about. Yeah. So actually, when we opened here, when we opened the hotel here in 2009, we were literally in the middle of a field where there was nothing going on around us. It's quite a unique city district here that's also been marked to be a sustainable district. It's one of the few places in the world actually where there was infrastructure here before there was any buildings. Yeah. The metro is just going straight all the way through. And actually this is one of the prime hotspots in terms of infrastructure in the whole of Europe, because you have the airport close by, you've got the highway, you've got public transport, trains, buses, everything within 200 meters to get there. So this was really one of in the hub of development. And it's just expanded from there. You have so many architectural gems. You have the number 8 just down the road with Bjarke Ingels and the iceberg just down the road. So many sustainable architectures coming on in this area specifically, which makes it very unique, and it's also an innovation hub that we want to promote more and more as a sustainable area.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, so one of the things that we know...
Huh? Okay.
We do know that tourists are very interested in localism.
Yeah.
They want to experience the local culture. So that's also unique about this area, where you have big multinational companies. You have Scandinavia's largest congress center.
Okay.
In the middle, mixed with residential areas. You have people with families and children and so on. And schools just out the doors, everything.
어디요? 처음부터?
너 이쪽으로 가버려가지고 대표님이 가려버렸어.
아, 내가 이렇게 해서 그렇게
그러니까
Our hotels.
Okay, but I think that's too, I don't know. That looks very different.
Yeah, it is. It's quite a unique architecture, and I mean that's what it's all about out here.
But here is also like for the public access as well, yeah?
Exactly. It's very much about bring people that are here for a conference to when they come out the door, they're actually able to see how do the Danes live.
Yeah.
Right. People going to school with their children, going down and shopping down the street or whatever, so it's not so isolated in areas.
We can just talk. I mean, he just wants to. Okay. Maybe we can talk about the area. Yeah. 여기 살까요?
네, 잠깐만요.
Yeah. So the whole.
대표님 먼저 대답을 한번 해주시고.
Okay, I'll ask a question about here.
볼게요.
So it looks like a forest inside. How does it happen?
This is our amazing forest where we have 60 of these green olive trees.
Wow.
To really bring out a better inner climate for the people that live here, better air conditioning, better living space, people that you want to be here, right? And it's also what we call the soul of the building, where we really can bring out our sustainable vision, where you can really see it.
So it's olive, which is there should be some olive in it.
No, it's also called the shady lady. That's it. Okay. That you call that.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. Actually, tree makes everything different. It looks like a real forest inside of the building.
It is.
Yeah.
And actually, these trees are actually some of the oldest trees in the area.
Okay.
That have been brought inside.
Wow.
Yeah, so they are very slow growing, and they are monitored in the ceiling. We have lots of people monitoring it almost for every minute to see how is the humidity, how are they actually thriving in a place like this, where we then have 4,500 of these plants at the bottom, and each of the trees are also named after each of the people that was building.
Okay.
The second building here, which is actually the crown jewels in terms of smart buildings, because in terms of upcycling, like the floor that you're working on right now is made of recycled bicycle tires and car tires. The ceiling here is made of disposable cups and spoons.
Oh, really?
시작.
So,
this looks very special, yeah?
It is indeed. It's actually, the floor here is made of recycled bicycle tires and car tires in a form of upcycling to make it a good product as well. And if you look up actually at the ceiling, you can see this sound isolation material, which is made of disposable cutlery, disposable cups, that they've recycled into a new product to use as well. So there's many. This is a LEED Platinum certified building, which means there's really put a lot of effort in recycling materials and make it even better than what it was before.
That looks a little bit different as well.
Yeah, it is indeed. It's a very special story about it, because there was a building just close to here that they were planning on demolishing, or was busy demolishing. And the architect saw that there was a lot of hard wood that didn't really, it shouldn't be demolished. They were quite good quality. So they actually used all the window frames, door frames, floor paneling. As you can see, there is still some places where the window ledges was, and then they reused this into these panels that you can see everywhere throughout the building. It actually goes 25 floors up.
Wow.
Where you can see, and when they treat it with different oils like linseed oil to make sure as well on a sustainable way.
Wow.
So all the materials that you see here in the building has really been thought through and through. So we kind of use rubbish and make it into something more.
Wow.
Thank you.
Do you think is there any other point we can also take?
Yeah.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you first question about who you are and where you're from. Repeat that again, just so.
Yeah. Does it make sense for me to say that I'm in charge of regulatory affairs? That is too complicated, or okay.
Okay, could you explain where you're from?
So I'm Ulrik. I work with the Danish utility Ørsted, the largest utility in Denmark, so a large developer of offshore wind globally, world's biggest developer of offshore wind power.
Okay. Could you explain us who you are and which company you're coming from?
My name is Ulrik Stridbæk. I work for the Danish utility Ørsted. And Ørsted is a company that focuses its energy production entirely on renewable energy. We are converting our production to renewable energy from biomass. It used to be coal and offshore wind power. And we are the world's largest developer of offshore wind power.
Right. So Denmark is also very famous as a renewable energy, especially for the windmill. Could you explain us a little bit about why windmill is most important in renewable energy metrics in Denmark?
So I think standing here with wind in the hair is the first explanation. It is quite windy in Denmark. But secondly, probably very similar to Korea, Denmark was not so well endowed with energy resources when the oil crisis struck in the 70s. So we had to develop new ways. One way was to find some energy, but we also started to think about developing renewable energy. So that was the background, actually, the oil crisis and the need to become independent from imports of fossil fuels.
Do you also have some kind of political support by using this renewable energy?
So I think what Denmark has done really, really well in the eyes of an investor in renewable energy is that Denmark has had consistent, far-sighted energy policy over 20, 30 years, really setting that direction and ambition for developing renewable energy. So yes, there has been strong political support, strong political backing.
I can see there are already many windmills here.
Yes.
How many you have and how much you created with this mill?
So we are approaching actually 50% wind power in Denmark. We will reach 50% within a few years. I think now we are over 40% wind power in the electricity consumption in Denmark. So 4,000 to 5,000 wind turbines are standing onshore in Denmark and offshore on the oceans around Denmark, like these ones out here.
So then how can you actually maintain this? It must be very difficult to maintain, especially offshore windmill, yeah?
Moving the wind turbines offshore has forced us to learn a lot of new ways, including also the maintenance of them, building them at large scale. We use different approaches, and this is one of the areas where we are learning the most. So the newest ways we are doing with offshore wind farms, 100 kilometers off our coasts in the UK, in the Netherlands, that will be by very, very large ships where service people are living for 2 weeks at a time.
Wow.
But for these ones out here, we just take a small boat out over the day and fix them.
So how does normal people's feedback or reflection for this windmill? Does people like Denmark as a renewable energy resources? How does just normal people thought about it?
So there is many surveys, many inquiries into the normal people's opinion about renewable energy and wind power, and it is clear that there is a very strong support also for windmills in Denmark. That said, though, with thousands of wind turbines standing onshore in Denmark, we are probably getting closer to a point where this is it's getting a little bit crowded. The discussions about this is picking up, and that is why we also as a company we have seen a great opportunity in moving the wind turbines offshore, where they are out of sight and out of people's backyards.
Maybe it's not your interest, but we also went to Bornholm Island. We saw there are also many renewable resources there as well. So maybe is it possible to compare Bornholm Island and Copenhagen? Is there very different, or is there any similarity with Copenhagen and Bornholm?
So one difference is that in Copenhagen there is 1.2 million people, and on Bornholm it's counting in the thousands.
Yes.
But indeed, Bornholm is a very interesting example, and it offers. It's part of Denmark, but it offers a possibility to test things because it is an island, and what is interesting with Bornholm and actually other islands also in Denmark, Samsø, exactly, you've been there as well, is that there is a very high level of dedication to the green transformation, to developing offshore wind, to developing onshore wind and other renewable sources, and also to adapt smart technologies and work more in harmony with the conditions of renewable energy. So yes, indeed, a lot of very important lessons to be learnt in Bornholm and on Samsø as well.
You might be in also many different Asian cities, including Korea. Is there any kind of advice or insight when you see that? And maybe you should give us some kind of advice, or you can compare it to Copenhagen. What could be there to achieve? Or is there kind of advice, piece of advice you can give to the Asian country?
Yeah. So I think many Asian countries are in somewhat similar situations as Denmark and as many other European countries of being burdened and challenged by energy supply in general. Many countries have to import energy supply. What I think you can take benefit of, though, in Asia is that something has happened with renewable energy. Very much pulled by probably some European countries, but also Asian countries and North America, and that is that the cost of renewable energy generation has come down very remarkably. So whatever you do today is on a much lower cost base. So that is a very good thing. And what you are leading at in Asia is your mastering of ICT, of digitalization. Bringing those two things together, I think that is the new frontier that Asian cities, that Asian citizens and countries can embark on. But it will require one thing, and that is these long-term ambitious targets for how to develop renewable energy. I'm sure also how to do smartness in the cities, but certainly the wind has become much cheaper, but it doesn't come by itself. Yes. There has to be a policy in place.
How do you see the future of the Denmark and Copenhagen as a renewable energy sources? Do you see, how can you expect the future of the Denmark as a country of the renewable energy?
So we people that work with energy and live in this system, we probably talk about the end of the beginning. We have cracked the first nut, and that has been to find a way to decarbonize energy production, wind, biomass, solar PV. So that's done. There is a tick mark. Yeah. Now we just need to carry that through and for full decarbonization, and we can do that. Okay. But the next step, that is something that involves citizens a lot more. It is about mobility. It is about modernizing and decarbonizing mobility, also decarbonizing heating, and also other industrial processes. So now it gets tricky. Yeah. Now it gets really difficult. But I think at the same time, this is not something looked at by few countries, few cities, few companies. This is now looked on by everyone. All countries of the world know that if they want to provide modern, intelligent energy for their citizens, they need to do policies on this. So we are very confident, and we as a business, we see fantastic opportunities as well.
So final question is, in the smart city 정의 한번 해놓고 okay. We got one more final question, which is, what is your definition as a smart city? Very short. So you have to watch here, and you can talk about it. So you can think about it. So a smart city is, in your point of view, is something. When you're ready, you can say.
A smart city, that is where citizens, they are aware and confident about how energy is produced and used. But it is also a place where citizens, they have high demands on mobility, on using their time intelligently, on having the services from the cities that they require to lead good lives. So smart cities, renewable energy, that should not be a burden. It should be an opportunity and a requirement.
Make it a little bit shorter. Is it possible to make it just short?
Okay.
One more, little bit shorter.
What should I cut out, Tom? Yeah. I'll do it much shorter then. I'll try much. A smart city, that is a place where all the energy comes from renewable energy. It is a place where time and resources is used intelligently, but it's also a place where citizens, they have demands and requirements of service, and that brings them happiness.
Just one more time.
A smart... Sorry. A smart city is a place where energy comes from renewable energy, where time and resources are used intelligently, and where citizens, they make demands on the services, and that makes them happy.
Good. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Jeg tror, det er fordi, der kom en eller anden bagved, som vi gerne vil have med. Okay.
Because we also need to know the name, so it's very good to have maybe your name card, or you can drop me a mail.
I will get that. If we pass by my car, I have it in my car.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
다른 거 질문
다 했어요. 충분히.
Thank you.
Thank you.
말씀해 주시면 거기 멈추겠다고. 일단은 저쪽으로 가겠다고.
조금만. 지금 어디로 이동하는 건지.
Could you explain us where we are going now?
Yes, we're going to Middelgrund. He's making a lot of noise, but we're going to Middelgrund. It's a very old Danish offshore wind farm just outside Copenhagen.
Right.
And it's the oldest wind farm we operate at the moment.
Okay. Ooh. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
혹시 성함이 좀 더 명함을 한번 달라고.
네네네네. Wow. Nice and beautiful.
Yeah, it's a fantastic weather.
Yeah. Maybe I should give my name card to you. So at the moment I'm doing a smart city. The smart city project with the Korean government.
Yes.
And also now I have my own company as well as building a smart house.
Yeah.
But my main role in the government is connecting the companies and sites to work with.
Yeah.
So great. We are looking for new smart city project for second house. So that's why actually I'm curious about also doing this as well together with them.
Yeah. Great. Yeah, it's really nice.
Yeah,
we have had a fantastic spring here in Denmark this year.
We're going there or there?
We're going out there.
Up there, okay. 저 앞에 제가 앞에. Terminal 3. Yeah. We didn't. Yeah.
Because then you'll have a chance to come real close to the turbine. You can stand under it practically.
Okay.
See the rotations above you. Yeah. The 10 turbines from the left. The 10 turbines from the left is our turbines. The other 10 is owned by private investors.
Okay.
Cooperative investors.
Which is from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
If you notice the one who are producing, typically that's ours.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll sit down. Could you explain us one more time that this turbine is not only belonging to a company, also to private investors?
Yes.
How does this belong to?
The 10 turbine to the north is our turbines, and the other 10 is owned by cooperative of people around Copenhagen.
Right.
And they were so enthusiastic about wind, so they said, well, let's try to see if we can gather some money and support this idea. And then the Copenhagen entity at that time.
One more time.
Okay,
one more time.
Yeah.
Okay, we try again.
So could you explain us who actually owns this windmill?
Okay, we own the 10 turbines to the north. That's from the north, yes.
Yeah.
And the other 10 is owned by a cooperative in Copenhagen from ordinary people who thought that wind energy was a fantastic idea.
Wow, that's a great idea too.
Yeah.
Wow. So people actually earn money, yeah?
Yes.
When they actually see this is working, yeah?
Yes.
Wow.
But you can say at that time there was a lot of subsidies in wind. That made it possible for private investors to put money in it as ordinary people who put a little bit of their savings in it. Today the turbines are much bigger and the investment is much higher and the subsidies have gone down, and that means it's a bit more dangerous and risky for ordinary people to be involved in. Okay. But the
Did you say 1, 2, 3?
1, 2, 3.
You say Q. So we are actually very close. Very close, yes. And it looks a little bit, it's like a curve, yeah? It's not really straight, yeah?
No, it's a curve.
Why we are doing like this?
That's because when they designed it, they wanted to look like a straight line. So they thought if we make a dot on a map and then draw a circle around it and place the turbines in that circle, it should look like a straight line from the city.
Okay, that's why.
That's why.
지금 현재 해상 풍력이 그러면 여기 덴마크 총 몇 대가 있는지.
How many actually wind turbines does
자, 하나, 둘, 셋.
So actually, how many wind turbines does Denmark in Copenhagen city is operate for? So we can see 10 here, but how much is total? How many we have total?
I don't know. I don't know for Copenhagen as such.
Okay.
We have 10 turbines here. I don't know the total. I know we got 20 offshore turbines here outside Copenhagen, but there are a lot of turbines also onshore.
Okay. Wow. I have one more question.
Yeah.
So we have, I can see there's 20 here, but how much? What's the a percentage of the energy producing rate? Okay,
I don't know. I don't know.
It's like normally in a windmill, it's like 30% is the normal like that.
I don't know. The figures. These turbines are 2 megawatt turbines.
Okay.
That means we have a capacity of 40 megawatt here. But it's a relatively old one. Megawatt. We got 20 turbines out here. This is 40 megawatt in capacity.
Okay. And wow.
But as I told you, this is a very old
So this is one of the oldest. This is one of the oldest wind farms that you have, yeah?
Yes, it's the oldest.
Okay. How long was it?
It's since the year 2000. They're small. They're small. Yeah, but there's a lot of stairs up there. It's a long way. Yeah. It's a long way.
지금 다 이거보다 크고 발전 용량도 이거의 4배 이상인데 아주 옛날 거라는 거예요. 근데 여기다 안 짓는데요. 다 밖에다 짓는데. 이분이 그리고 수치를 잘 모르더라고. 나는 진짜 발전
좀 그럼 마을 주민들이 이렇게 방해 이렇게 하지 않나
상관없어. 육지에 있는 거는 그게 이슈가 되는데 바다에 있는 거는 사실. 근데 아까 그 사람이 이제 10개는 일반 주민들 투자해서 한 거라 실제로 주민들한테 도움이 된다 이런 얘기를 했어요.
So they can produce power for 21,000 households. This wind farm alone produces enough power for 21,000 households in Copenhagen. Yes, this is a small farm. The farm's looking at today. It's much bigger. That means it's only a matter of scaling. Out here in the sea, there's plenty of space. That means that compared to wind turbines placed onshore. Our calculation says that, or measurement says that you can produce something up to 50% more energy when you go to the sea compared to onshore positions of turbines.
Okay. Alright, so we're gonna go back to that side then?
You decide, just point where you want to go.
Okay.
If you want to have another position, just let him know in the captain. And he'll find it, because now he'll sail to number 3.
Okay.
You can see there's a mark, there's a yellow mark here. It's very flat water. It used to be a dump out here. So that's why we found trains, half trains, just dumped out here as scrap when we constructed it. So there's a lot of dangerous stuff down there.
I can see that,
Let's hope we don't get a big truck in the middle of everything that's going to make a lot of noise out there, and the microphone is focused.
예. So, come on.
Morning.
Could you explain us who you are and which company you're coming from?
Right. My name is Torben Andersen, and I'm the CEO of Green Mobility. We are a free-floating car-sharing service that operates here in Copenhagen and also offering our concept to cities throughout the world.
Could you explain us a little bit more about your company? How many cars you have and what's the history?
So Green Mobility was started in 2016 here in Copenhagen. We have 400 electric cars that are available for our customers. We got around 30,000 customers today that use the cars on a per minute rental basis. They find the cars in an app, and when they get to the car, they unlock it with their app. Then they drive within our zone, and wherever they need to go, they can just park the car in a legal parking spot, as long as they are inside our zone, which is covering the greater Copenhagen area.
Okay. Then what was the feedback for the customer? Because now you have 3,000 clients, but what was the initial state? What was the feedback from the initial state? Are they...
Well, what we saw when we launched the service was that although Copenhagen is very much a bicycle city, many people needed a car from time to time, maybe because they had to do large grocery shopping, or maybe because the weather was not very good. So people were really happy that they had the opportunity to have a car for a short period of time and did not have to plan for it. So it's all these spontaneous things that you need to do, where you just need a car, and instead of owning your own car, people felt it was very nice to just be able to take a car in the street and use it.
One of the ongoing discussions about this thing is are we going to educate them? Are we going to persuade them to have this new culture?
Right.
What was your strategy to help them?
Well, actually, it's interesting because we saw that young people started to adopt the offering very, very fast. They're used to the fact that they don't want to own as many things, they just want access to them. So just having the opportunity to use a car without having to buy one was really an interesting thing. And then, of course, we're starting to see that more and more adults also are, or older people are also adopting. But there's no doubt that the young people below 30, they are still our largest customer group.
Denmark is looking to be a carbon-free country, and I believe this will also take a very important role. So could you explain us how green mobility will play a role in the Denmark team?
Yeah. Well, you could say that first of all, of course, our cars are electric, and we charge them with electricity that is renewable. So we have an agreement with our energy provider that we only get renewable energy to the car. So in that respect, we have zero emissions to start with. Then the other element is that we want to be a catalyst of change. So maybe you could say that starting now with 400 cars in a city with 100,000 cars may seem like quite a little, but only in 2017 we already reduced CO2 emissions in Copenhagen by 350 ton. So we are already starting. We moved 3 million kilometers from gasoline cars to electric cars. And of course, with 30,000 users, we're already starting to get a lot of people to try an electric car and to feel safe about an electric car. Oftentimes, people worry about electric cars because they're worried about the range. Yeah. When our users use our cars, they usually drive, the average trip is 7 kilometers. Okay. So that's not a problem in an electric car. And we take care of charging, so people don't have to think about that. So we're making people comfortable with electric cars, and I also think that we will, over time, educate them in owning a car as well, themselves, that would be electric.
And you just mentioned a very important point, because one of the most difficult... So you just mentioned a very important point, because you're talking about people. it's all about the people. When you talk about the new concept of smart, I think you have a very good strategy how to pursue it. But what could be the future of green mobility? Because I know now you have 3,000 cars there, and maybe you have much more users than 3,000. But what could be the future of green mobility in Copenhagen?
Right. Well, just to make sure, we have 30,000 users. So 30,000 users already, and I think that what we're seeing right now is that we're adding more than 1,000 new users every month, and we have to remember that Copenhagen is not that big a city, but there's still plenty of potential, and of course we see that as people have their old cars are replaced, they start to think, should I buy a new car, or is there actually sufficient services in the city so that I can use public transportation, I can use shared cars like ours, I can use my bicycle, and then I don't need to own my own car. Copenhagen is a growing city. More and more people move here. So if all of them want to have their own car, there's not enough room for it. So with our service, we believe that we can continue to reduce car ownership, and hopefully over time we can also add more cars in Copenhagen, so that this concept could be thousands of cars here, as long as the user base continues to grow.
I think you already mentioned it.
Yeah.
We are talking about smart city in this program. Also, we believe mobility is one of the main factor for smart city.
Yes.
But how do you see the role for green mobility in terms of smart city?
Yeah. I think that there are quite a few elements where we fit into the smart city element. Obviously, of course, we help actually make the city a more livable place by reducing car ownership, by making the cars electric, so there's less noise, there's less pollution, and there's less CO2 emissions. So in general, we help there. But another element is actually that we collect data about how the cars are being used. So therefore, we can also help actually traffic planners understand where is the need maybe to have more room, where is the traffic congestion, where is it that people move to and from, and maybe some of these places you need to improve on the public transportation or do other things to make sure that you actually have a sustainable transport solution in the city. So we are both a very key component in itself, because we provide clean, green, easy transportation, but also because we can collect the data and help the city actually understand how to make the city smarter in the long run.
자, 여기 질문이 거의 다 들어왔고 다시 한번 보게 반응하고 두 개만 다시 한번 해주세요. 첫 이거 회사 소개하고 그리고 마지막 스마트 시티예요. 이거 또 정의에 대해서 한번 해. I saw it. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. He actually mentioned there was a bit noise, so maybe we have to repeat first question again.
Okay.
Because we don't have a clear voice.
Oh, okay.
Which is about your company and what does people's action.
Yeah.
When you first launch services.
Okay.
Then we're gonna ask one more question, which is what could be your definition of smart city in a very short. So we ask the two questions.
Okay.
써줄게요.
Okay, come on, Tobin. Sorry, I shouldn't know your name. I know your name already. Come on, could you explain us who you are and which company you're coming from?
Right. My name is Torben Andersen, and I'm the CEO of Green Mobility. Green Mobility is a Danish free-float car-sharing service provider. We operate a fleet of 400 electric cars here in Copenhagen, and today we got around 30,000 customers in our customer base. And we are offering this service here in Copenhagen, but we are also in the process of launching it international in a number of cities together with franchise partners. And the first city that we signed up is Oslo in Norway, and we're going to start there later this year.
Okay. So, what was the first impression from the client? What does people tell you? That's fine.
That's a truck. This way? No? This way?
So what was the first feedback from the client when you first launched the service?
Right. When we first launched our service here in Copenhagen, what we saw was that although people in Copenhagen enjoy to use bicycles a lot, they were actually quite happy also to have the opportunity to have access to a car. A lot of people would own a car, but especially for the young people, they were very keen that they had access to a car without having to have all the trouble of owning a car. And what people learned very fast was that this was a great supplement to public transportation, to the bicycle, because sometimes you just need to have a car. Your trip is in a opposite direction of the public transportation, or the weather is bad, or maybe you have grocery shopping or kids that you need to pick up, and therefore it's a great supplement to the transportation that they otherwise use.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a final question. You have to watch this camera.
Okay.
Which is what could be your definition of a smart city? So it's okay if you want to talk about in the mobility concept, that's fine, but we just want to hear from what's your definition of a smart city. Whenever you're ready, you can say.
Just 1 second, I'll just see.
Yeah.
So, to me, a smart city is really a city where you start changing things, and instead of of course. Smart city is a very broad. Hang on. Smart city is a very broad concept that covers many things. But to me, a lot of it is really about making sure that you change your city in such a way that instead of doing everything by a schedule, you do things when they actually need it. We try to provide transportation not for people on an everyday basis, but exactly when they have a need. And by doing that, we can actually make the city more livable. We have fewer cars, we have less pollution. And at the same time, we use data to actually analyze things and make sure we have a great solution for the city in the long run as well. So for me, that's really how to build a smart city.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hope it works. Otherwise, it's a long way to come back. How long are you here for? 2 weeks or?
Yeah, we've been in Europe since last week, so we are here in Copenhagen.
So here we got a live view of our system right now. You can see how many cars.
Could you say to the camera?
Okay, yeah.
Could you explain about the screen
Yeah.
that we are seeing now?
Right. So here we got So here we have an example of how we are using data to actually visualize how our system is running live right now. We can see how many cars that are in rental right now. We can see how many cars are available to users. We can see how many cars are charging, and we can see how many cars that, for one or another reason, are out of service. We can also see something about where cars are located, and make sure that we have cars available where the most demand is.
Thank you.
30 seconds, we are just making the sketch that you are seeing the screen.
So could you tell us who you are and which company you're coming from?
Yes, my name is Jinho Lee. I'm an architect and project leader at Bjerklinger's Group. Our office, big, known as Bjerklinger's Group, is actually based on Copenhagen headquarters with about 200 to 250 people, and also New York and London, and then we have a lot of international projects running on all around the world.
Right. So why is it so special? What's the most special part of this company?
I think starting from Bjerke, we have a really creative thoughts about the projects, not only trying to approach architecture as an object, but we always try to find the right question for the urban figures and all different cultures and the local idea. Then we collect that question and we try to make the answer as a solution of the design.
Wow.
Yeah.
That sounds very difficult to make it possible, but
yes,
that's how you are doing it.
Yes.
So we're also going to see 8 House, one of the famous architects from the big.
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about the 8 House?
Okay. 8 House is a mixed-use, actually more residential project located in south part of Urstad, which is a new development part of Copenhagen. The program is actually on office and retails and residential. So we actually had a horizontal stock of the program where actually office and retails are on the ground floor with a street level, and then on the top is the retail. No, sorry, the residential. Which the office gives you a bigger floor plate, so we have a small walkway from the street level which can reach all the way up to the highest level of the apartment. That streetway actually creates a amazing kind of a continuous promenade for the residential people, which gives a social life and then a spontaneous encounter and a three-dimensional neighborhood which creates a really diversity of interaction, which actually gives you a really different lifestyles and a life typology. And then we really believe that kind of a different lifestyle is based on Denmark and also actually works as a new typology of a residential project.
But of course, it's new, but when you say new, it's difficult for people to accept it, especially
Yes.
for the houses. It's like there are so many traditional ways to build a house, but this seems like a very new. What was the people's first impression when they actually residents?
Yes. First, looking at the project, it's a huge scale of the project, so people more react as a volume of the project. But if you look a little bit closer and if you actually walk through the promenade street, what you realize it started from the row house in Copenhagen, where you have kind of a townhouse having a small garden as a unique like a character, and then you have a street that connects all the neighbors. And then that is normally a kind of only possible in the ground floor figures in the traditional way. In the other end, there's a creative, it's like a more architecture we're focused on the functionality, where it becomes a vertical stack of an apartment. And then we try to combine these two by having this kind of a street level of a fruitfulness of the lifestyle, continuing all the way as a loop, going all the way up to a vertical connection to the 10th floor of the apartment. And then that gives you both kind of quality you can achieve from the row house and both from the apartment.
I'm still listening.
너무 죄송한데 우리 이쪽에 바꿔서
이쪽에 앉을게?
미친다. 맞아. 이거 상관없어요? 됐다. 자, 바로 무대 테스트. 하나, 둘, 셋.
말씀 하나, 둘, 셋.
네, 하나, 둘, 셋.
Good. Could you tell us who you are and which company you're coming from?
Yes, I'm Jin-Ho Lee, architect at Bjarke Ingels Group, which is known as BIG. We're based on Copenhagen as a headquarters. We have also office in New York and London, and we do a lot of international projects all around the world.
So why BIG is so special and popular?
Starting from Bjarke Ingels, which is our founder partner, we have a lot of creative thoughts about the urban figures, and we try to always find the right question which brings a solution as a design. So this strategy always brings something new, and then people realize there's a big style of an architecture.
And we're also going to see 8 House in this afternoon. But could you tell us a little bit about the 8 House, why it's so special?
Yes, 8 House is a mixed-use project. It has an office retail in the bottom part and having a residential in the top. Because of having a more thicker floor plates of the office and retail, it allows a small walkway to start from the street level going all the way up to the top of the apartment. This kind of a continuous promenade actually creates a lot of social life and a spontaneous encounter. In a three-dimensional neighborhood, we actually have a really diversity of interaction with your neighbors. And then also has a really unique garden of a character for each housing.
When you first try this walkway interaction, when people buy a house, it might be too new for the people. How was the first feedback from the residents?
Well, it was more that there was two dimensions of a housing in Copenhagen, where one was the row house, where they have a small unique garden, and then they have a street level that connected, which is a really street scale apartment. While in the other end, there was a functionality focusing more on a vertical stack, which creates more efficiency as an apartment. And then on this project, it is kind of combined together as a continuous promenade. It's a spiral that ramps up from the street level to the top, which actually functions the both benefit of a row house and a functional apartment.
Right. So I believe BIG is running so many different projects.
Yes.
So probably there are some difference between the project the BIG is running and some Korean or Asian companies running. Is there some kind of difference?
It depends a lot of project, because we also have a lot of international people who work in BIG and having a different background on the project. But our important stuff, especially working on a lot of international projects, is finding the right question for the project. All the project has a different site, even different culture and local mind, and also the programs, whether it's like retail, office, or residential, there's always a reason to find a question and what we want to accomplish through the project. So our design is not something creating a new object, just putting it as a UFO.
Sorry, 죄송합니다. 금방 질문한 거 같아요. 마지막 질문은? 잠시만요. 건드려버려, 카메라.
So you might be running so many different projects in this week. Is there any kinds of difference between the project that you're running and the Asia's project? Because also in Asia there are some certain kind of style, but maybe there are some difference between what you are doing and this other Asian company.
I think one of the most important starting point we want to find in each project is finding the right question for the project, where each project has a different site, culture, a local situation, also have a different program. And then regarding all this kind of a material that we should start, we always find what are we going to accomplish to the project. And our design is not something just creating a new object, convincing this is the best. We try to more find the right solution, and then our design is derived by the solution. And we think this is the strongest strategy that we could actually bring to our projects.
How do you connect this solution with the people? Because basically it's all about people who's living there. So is there certain kinds of concept of you connecting this, your design with the people?
It's actually, I think a lot of things come from traditional Danish architects also, because a lot of residential projects was actually looking really close to the people's lifestyle in Denmark. Having a lot of terraces and then balcony in Denmark is something because they enjoy the daylight and the sunlight. It relates to the working hours and all kind of lifestyle they have in here. And then that relates also, we're in a company based on Denmark. We started a lot of residential projects in Copenhagen. So I think we have always a focus on people for the project. And then when it goes to a different country and culture, it's also important for us to find what's the locality that belongs to the project.
You mean the lifestyle of the local? Yeah?
Yes, for the residential project.
Okay. And I believe you are also considering lots of technical factor for the houses when you build the architecture. So could you explain a little bit about what kind of technology are you biggest looking for or considering? Maybe to make an example of 8 house.
For 8 house, we actually have a green roof that drives all the way the geometry with the volume together, which actually reduces the urban heat and then creates more fresh air and light by pushing down the corner. So it kind of creates the quality of the residential that is requirement. Recently in BIG, we actually have a department called BIG Idea and also BIG Engineering, which supports not only as engineering but standing as a design strategy together to create a solution of a smart design. So they have an analysis system of a daylight, sunlight, wind, acoustic, and a lot of system, which actually helps us to find the more smarter way to have a sustainable design.
기본적으로 질문할 다 드렸고요.
우리하고 차이점하고
그런 거 이제 아시아와 차이점 얘기했고.
네. 앞으로 어떻게 변화할지
그런 한번 제가 여쭤보죠. 그러니까 이제 여기에서 여러 프로젝트 진행하고 있는데 혹시 앞으로 미래에는 어떤 것들이 좀 고려돼야 되는가 그런 얘기를 제가 좀 드려보겠습니다. So we also talk about smart city. City is about not only about 5 to 10 years, more than 50 years, 100 years. Maybe house is the same. I believe when Big is doing the project, you might also consider the similar thing after 50 years or 100 years. How does this house or building is going to be? So do you have kind of any idea or does Big have any kind of concept or methodology for thinking about the future of the building, the sustainability?
Regarding the futuristic, I think there's always an issue that the technology will develop in a new way. So there will be definitely a new system to build the architecture, and that'll affect the whole design and the future of all the projects. But also, we think the architecture in the past, in a lot of reason, was actually trying to frame the lives and activity of the people, while we try to focus on is we want to activate the people, and then this kind of a frame is not limiting the lifestyle or the activity. It more encourages to expand and then be more free as people could be more creative and in diversity in their lifestyles.
마지막으로 정의 한번 볼까요?
네. 마지막으로 저희가 스마트 시티의 정의에 대해서 한 번씩 여쭤보고 있는데 생각하시기에 스마트 시티를 어떻게 디파인할 수 있을지 짧게 그냥 되게 어렵습니다. 되게 어려운 질문이긴 한데 그냥 본인이 하고 계신 거에 맞춰서 말씀하셔도 되고 스마트 시티는 어떤 게 고려해야 된다, 뭐 어떤 게 스마트 시티여야 된다, 뭐 이런 식의 얘기를 한마디로 해주세요. 그럼 뭐 저와 상관없이 카메라 보시고.
I think the smart city should consider the sustainability of the design, but it should not only focus on the technology of the sustainability, but it should more focus on the lifestyle and the program and the activity that will happen inside the architecture. So that part of the importance will have to be more sustainable and all around. 짧게. 네.
잠깐만요.
Hi. Yeah, you have to watch me?
Yeah.
So, thanks for having us here. Could you tell us your name and how many years you lived in a house?
Okay, my name is Palle Jensen. I've been here since 2010, when the building was completely new. We were some of the first to move in here, so we were pioneers in the building.
When you first decided to move in 8 house, what was your impression? What makes you come to here?
Well, I was so excited when I saw the building the first time. It was so strange and inspiring. And then I heard about Bjarke Ingels thinking about behind the building with hedonistic sustainability. And that, I think, is a very good concept, which I support. So I really would like to live here.
Yes, so you lived in many years, and you're the sort of the history of these houses.
Mm-hmm.
What was the most good thing to live here?
Well, the common things that we have, we are like a village, and that's also Bjarke's vision, the mountain village. And it works that way because we have this path that connects the whole building, so we can have a walk inside the village, so we get to know each other. And then, as a more important thing, we have the intranet, which connects all citizens here, so we can discuss all matters. And actually, my wife and I, we started it by making a magazine for citizens here, a small magazine that we distributed to everybody. And that was done for half a year or so, and then the internet took over.
So now you're doing through internet?
Yeah. And then we organize groups. There's an eating group, for instance, where we eat together every 2 weeks. There are workshops, there are photo groups. I think today there are 50 groups on different topics. Dog groups, cat groups, you name it, we have a group for it.
Okay. So that's how you live here. So I can also recognize you have a very good sound, the sound of children, sound of people. It also reminds you the living as a village.
Yeah, and we also have no sound from traffic. When it's silent, it's completely silent, and we can look out into the unspoiled nature. We can look to the cows and hear the birds, and it's a beautiful place.
If you might able to give a piece of advice who's not live here but who want to live here, what could be? What it could be?
Well, visit us and see how it is, and talk to the people here.
The last question is, sir. Let's say if I want to live here.
Yes.
What could be? How will you explain? How will you describe the place for people who never know about it?
I think the best thing to do is to visit somebody who lives here and try to get the direct experience, because it's so special. There's no place like this, I think, in the whole world.
I think you also mentioned one of the most important part, which is people. Here you talk about people's interaction. Of course, you have intranet and many good systems, but I'm sure there should be some other key aspect. What makes people gathering, or what makes people do together? What do you think is the key, maybe secret recipe for that?
Well, I think in general people love this building, so we take care of it. If there is a problem, we are very eager to get it solved. And we do it via the internet, where we discuss what could be done. Maybe we make a group to solve it. For instance, there were some children going on the roof.
Yeah.
It's not allowed.
Yeah.
So we made a group about it, and now we try to handle it.
Okay. 질문은 다 갖고.
하고 싶은 말 있다면 마지막으로.
Is there any other final comment if you want to talk? Because we are making a smart city documentary.
Mhm.
Talking about living. Also, it will be shown in many different countries. So maybe is there any other comment you want to leave for the other people?
I think one of the important thing of this building is that we have the possibility in our common rooms and our workshops to reuse things. We have a workshop where we can repair things, all kind of things. We have electronics, mechanics, woodwork, so we can fix many things. And that's part of the sustainability concept of this building. And that's increasingly becoming important in the future.
오케이. 연배하고 저기 뭐야 할머니 성함하고.
Okay, could you repeat your age and your name and your wife's name again, please?
Yes, okay. My name is Palle Jensen. I'm 74 years old. My wife Birgit lives here also.
이거 좀 잠깐 넘기는 거 한 칸.
So, thanks for inviting us in the lovely place.
My pleasure.
Tell us who you are and what do you do.
Yes. My name is Johnny Sade, and I have a great passion for sound and music, and I've been working with it for many years. Everything from music composition, sound branding, and also sound therapy.
I can see you are living in a very nice area and a very nice sound as well. Is there any specific reason why do you live in this kind of place?
Well, I believe that, we have too much sound pollution in our environments, in our cities, and all around us. And it's very important, as with food, what kind of music that you listen to, that you put inside, and also the symphony of the universe. So everything has a vibration and energy. The whole universe is built up of that. And my focus, because I've been very sensitive through working with sound, specialized for many years, is focus on positive sound.
You also just mentioned food is also important. Do you have some kind of lifestyle or life pattern? What kinds of food that you prefer to eat?
Sure. I mean, food is also like music. I mean, I'm very aware of what I put inside me. Because if you look at foods today and you go to the supermarket, even a piece of bread, you turn it around and it has all these different stuff. I don't know what you call that, sorry, in English. Let's take it again.
Yeah.
About the food.
처음부터? 아니. 같이 한다고 그러더라고. So could you tell us a little bit about, you just mentioned food. So you just also mentioned about food, but why food is also important?
Well, as I mentioned before, everything has a frequency, everything has a vibration, either good or bad. And most of the food that we are producing today in the supermarkets actually have a negative vibration. A lot of toxins and all these different things. So as with music or food, I'm very aware of what I put into my body.
You just mentioned frequency. What is the sort of the most common example of frequency we are aware of it in the city?
Well, basically noise, bad noise, traffic noise. And not so long ago, last year, there was a survey, a research that showed that actually a lot of Danish people dying because of street noise. It increases stress. It goes, everybody has a membrane inside their cell, and that vibrates like everything in the universe. And when that has a negative disharmonic vibration, that means that it actually causes disease in the body. The body's out of balance. So my focus is to create balance.
So let's say we are talking about smart city now. Also, we are talking about people who live there. Let's say if you are giving us kind of... So it's getting a little more dark. Okay, I think he got much better light, so maybe we repeat the question from the beginning.
Sure.
It's a much better light.
Yeah.
Thanks for inviting us. Could you tell us who you are and what do you do?
My name is Johnny Sade, and I have a great passion that has to do with sound, music, frequency. And I spent the last 15, 16 years of my life focusing on creating positive vibrations through music.
And you are living in such a nice place, and with the good sound and good environment. Why do you live here instead of living in a city?
아비소의 진짜 처음부터. 이제 마지막입니다. 오케이. 큐.
Thanks for inviting us. Could you tell us? Okay. Could you tell us who you are and what do you do?
You're welcome. Yes, my name is Johnny Sade, and I am a specialist in music, frequencies, sound therapy, audio branding, and I have a great passion for anything that has to do with good sound.
And you are living in such a nice place with a nice sound and nice environment. Is there any reason why you are living here instead of the city?
Sure. I mean, there is so much pollution, especially sound pollution. And as we're working for 15 years now with sound and music, you know, you get very sensitive. So that's, you know, get away from the stress of the sound pollution in the city has been very important for me. And also to be in an area where it's positive and a healthy sounding environment.
You also mentioned about the healthy, positive environment. Is there any way you also connect with your food? Because you're also having a very healthy, healthy way to eating the food. So is there also kind of connection to why you are doing this?
Sure. I mean, everything in the universe has a vibration and an energy, a frequency, either it's positive or negative. And you know, while listening to some music can have a negative effect, not only on you as a person, it can make you happy or sad, but physiologically, biologically, by listening to some music, it can have a negative frequency, but also some foods have a lot of, let's say, toxins or E numbers to make them last longer, and that actually has a negative effect on your body. So with food or with sound, everything that you put inside you or that you are sort of like affected by every day, you have to become more aware about that.
So we are talking about smart city. When I say smart city, there should be so many things we need to aware of it. But is there also sound is important to aware of it?
Sure. I mean, in any environment, it's always healthy to focus on positive sound and not too much noise. When we look at something, for example, traffic, we can see here from studies in Denmark that people are actually dying directly because of sound traffic pollution in areas that are very polluted from the traffic. It goes in, everybody has cells inside them, and inside every cell there's a membrane, and this vibrates. So when this becomes out of balance, that's when you see the disease. And even a cancer cell will have a frequency. So everything works on a level, and it's very important to always make some kind of balance, and that's what I'm trying to do with my environment, with the food that I eat, and be picky and choosy, comparing to what lifestyle that you wish to lead.
Do you ever be in Asian countries such as Korea?
Sure.
You might see the very big difference.
Oh.
Is there also kinds of connection between sound and this difference? Can you explain us a little bit about it?
Yeah. I mean, one of the main things when I, for example, visited Seoul, I was very much affected by heavy noise. A lot of people, a lot of traffic, and just a lot of different noise coming from everywhere. And this will be something that will have a negative effect on people in the way that you will become more stressed, your system will become out of balance, so you will need some kind of way to bring that balance back. And this is what we can do through sound therapy or diets or other kinds of balancing ways of making sure that your body and you are in harmony. Because what we're actually experiencing here is disharmony. So it's a bad frequency, it's disharmonic.
So maybe you already mentioned about it, but we are talking about smart city. The city is about 50 years, 100 years. Yeah? It's not about the 5 years time. So let's say sound is that important. How can we make this city reliable with the good sound? Can you make any suggestion for this?
Sure, we can start at looking at the way that the architects are building and look at more better acoustics, you know, to dampen the noise. I mean, let me give you a good example. You can go to a very expensive restaurant and pay a lot of money for amazing food, but if there's too much noise, even the food and the taste of the food subconsciously will be affected. That's why, you know, as a whole, even if you have a, let's say, a movie. No.
Repeat that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Repeat that.
Yeah. Okay.
Could you repeat that again about, so we are talking about smart cities. You know, smart cities is about, not the Bible's time, it's talking about 50 years, 100 years, people have lived there.
Yeah.
You mentioned sound is so important, the sound pollution is very important, but how can we adapt this in the new city?
That's a very good question. I think one of the main areas is how we are building the cities, the architecture and the structuring of it, and to make something that is more acoustic, you know, that will kill the noise or somehow balance out the noise. I just lost it.
Okay, we could do it again.
Yeah, I know the question, yeah. Let me... Huh? I'm not like.
Do you want something to drink?
So I think there's a lot of different aspects we can look at. One of the main things is, of course, the architecture, how we're structurizing and building, and making sure that we make it better acoustically to dampen and remove some of the noise, cancel the noise. And secondly, also the way that we are living our lives today with too much stress factors going on, because it's not only about noise. If you look at something bad frequency like, for example, Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi is the same as a microwave frequency, so that also has a negative effect on the way that, you know, on our bodies.
조한이 발곡자 또 궁금.
너무 어떻게 얘기했죠?
sorry. 그러니까 너 뭐하냐? 네가 하는 일이 뭐냐? 너가 이제 이렇게 좋은 데 사는 이유가 있냐? 소리도 중요하고 뭐 이렇게 얘기했다 그러면 너 음식을 되게 중요시 여기는데 왜 음식까지 그러냐? 음식에 대한 얘기 쭉 하고 그럼 네가 지금 도시의 소음에 대해서 얘기했는데 도시의 소음이 중요하냐? 그런 얘기하고 한국에 가봤잖냐? 한국에서는 어떻게 이렇게 되는지 한국 도시가 소음이 심하다라는 얘기를 했고 만약에 네가 스마트시티에서 만약에 그렇게 소리가 중요하다면 어떻게 우리가 스마트시티에서 소리를 적용하면 될까? 이런 얘기가
있었어요.
앞으로 뭐 바란 점이 있다면 앞으로 어떻게 좀 이제 이 소리를 가지고 뭐 어떻게 좀 뭐 그런 게 있잖아요. 그러니까 이 소리를 가지고 친환경적인 뭐를 만들 수 있다면 뭐 그런 거 마지막에.
So my final question will be, what is your expectation with this sound therapy? He wants to put it as a more like a very simple and just more like a easy way to explain.
Sure.
So could you do that?
Yeah.
So how do you expect this sound therapy to be effective? People are talking about city, so about people. This therapy might really effective, but how can you do this? I mean, do you have any plan for the future?
Sure. I mean, there are a lot of different ways of doing it, but we want to make this available for as many people as possible. We want to make the world a better place, and we want to do that without using drugs or any other kinds of medicaments in that sense. And that is a completely 100% natural way, and to bring the body back into balance and people back into balance through natural frequencies that are existing every day. Let me give you a good example. You go into the sun has a frequency, a wave, and that starts to create your D vitamins, A vitamins, and so forth. We cannot live without the frequency from the sun. It's very important, and that's a good example of a positive frequency that we can also use in so many other different positive ways.
앞으로 뭐 바라는 점이나 뭐 가고
Skat, du bliver nødt til at gå og trykke på toilettet derude.
Is there any your personal goal or expectation
Wow.
in terms of the visions? For example, 화장실 물소리 때문에.
앞으로 이제 물어볼게요. 목표나 뭐 스마트시티나 뭐 여러 가지 있을 것 같아요.
A final question will be, what would be your next step? And maybe you can adapt in many different ways in terms of music or sound therapy, or many different ways. But what would be your future step? Yeah.
Well, our future step would be, for example, as a content provider, bringing these positive sound therapy to around the world in different. That could be in a luxury car. It could be as part of a treatment in a spa, or it could even just be by streaming at home. So this is what we want to be able to spread this in the whole world, and that everybody has access to our sound therapy.
Maybe may I ask you your reference, because I believe you had to work with very big manufacturers, especially for the car manufacturer. Yes. What did you do with the car manufacturer? Could you explain a little bit about it?
Yes. The car manufacturer was looking for a high-level sound design for a luxury car, and we provided the sound design. And this car was autonomous. That means it was driving by itself. So it had a lot of sensors and other stuff. And also we tried to make it sort of like more caring sounds, caring moods, pleasant. Especially now that we know that the normal combustion engine actually has a negative frequency that are damaging people's health, then we wanted to bring in healthy sounds for the motor industry.
Thank you. Good.
Også A-vitamin. Det er kun D-vitamin, der er også A-vitamin.
They have a final request because they think you two are very beautiful. So maybe if you just sit down and talk, it's good because we only have a kitchen scene.
Yeah.
It's also beautiful here. Maybe sit down and talk with Tony. Danish, that's fine. What we try. So tell us who you are and which department you're working for.
My name is Christina Anderskov, and I work for the City of Copenhagen within the technical and environmental administration. I have a role as an international strategist, and what I work with is business development, and it's also our Smart City Lab, Copenhagen Solutions Lab.
Okay. We also heard Smart City, Copenhagen is very famous for Smart City. Okay. So Copenhagen is very popular as a smart city. Could you explain us why Copenhagen is famous for?
Well, there are several elements to it, but I think that it's especially because we've been working with Smart City in Copenhagen Solutions Lab, a separate lab just for Smart City initiatives since 2014-2015. And it's been a very steep learning curve. We've gone from having a highly technical focus and just testing everything, making many partnerships with private sector and other municipalities and internationally, till a focus where we now know what we need to focus on is the need of the city. It's not so much the need of the companies, but the need of the city to achieve our other policies, visions and goals.
So when you say city, it means it's about the people who live here?
It's very much about the people, and it's about the city of Copenhagen. How do we make the city that people live in as great as possible for the citizens?
You also mentioned Copenhagen is like a living lab, but could you also explain a little bit about what it is?
With the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the politicians here in Copenhagen, they have decided on a new action plan to commit to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And one of the things that we see that we can do in Copenhagen is open Copenhagen up to use it as a lab for the UN Sustainable Development Goals. we can share, we can test in Copenhagen, and we can share our learnings and data with the rest of the world, and especially the global south, that may not have as many resources to do this as we do in Copenhagen.
I also saw when I was in Copenhagen, I saw there are so many green areas. Is there some reason why you keep the green area?
Yes. We are very focused, and we have a policy for keeping the city green and biodiverse, and having as many trees as we have a policy for 100,000 new trees, not the existing ones. And it's because it makes our citizens happy, it makes the air cleaner, and it helps contain the biodiversity in the world.
Also, there's so many bicycles in Copenhagen.
Yes.
I see also outside. Is there any reason why people are using so many bicycles?
Yes, there is. Because we built this city for bikes.
Okay.
We have a climate action plan. We want to become carbon neutral as the first capital in the world by 2025. That means that we have to cut back on all kinds of fossil fuels, also the ones from the cars. So we are building the city so it's the easiest and most convenient way to get around Copenhagen. It's by using the bike, and it's by walking and combining it with public transportation as well. 62% of all Copenhageners, they bike to school and work every day.
Wow.
Also in the winter, in the summer, in the winter time, rain or snow, this is how we get around in Copenhagen. Most Copenhageners do not own a car. We almost have 700,000 bikes in Copenhagen.
I believe you also went to Korea.
I have.
You might have some kind of impression.
Wonderful country, and I've only been to Seoul. But maybe I should I do need to say, I watched you play the football match the other day.
Okay.
So I would like to congratulate you on winning over Germany. Good win.
Yeah.
Yes, I've been to Seoul in 2015 together with our former mayor for technical and environmental affairs, Mayor Cabell.
Then how was it? And you can you explain a little bit about your insight or your feedback?
I think it was a very interesting city, very beautiful city, and the air. I don't know if it is true, but the air felt very clean.
Okay.
And I like that you could see you're really trying to implement bike infrastructure. I could also see you're not quite there yet, but what I really liked was how you made it easy to combine public transportation, the bike infrastructure, and walking, and also the taxis, because you have this card that you can use for everything, a travel card. But at the same time, I was explained by your mayor that this card, there's also like a bonus if you buy green products. And I think that is very clever and in a smart city concept, it's very smart that you have this flow and you can jump from one means of transport to the other. That was one of the big things I took home, and I thought,
Right. So we are also targeting we are not really only targeting for Korea with this program, we're targeting also more globally, and we choose Copenhagen as one of the best case benchmark. Let's say if other city wants to follow Copenhagen way, what could be the advice we're going to give?
Well, I think it's very important not to lose yourself in a tech focus, but instead of the tech controlling you, control the tech and know what you want to use it for. Is it really smart?
Okay.
Or are you just investing a lot and time and effort on something nobody really needs, nobody really wants?
I think just one second. 질문은 충분히 다 했는데요. 굉장히 많은 좋은 얘기 나왔고 뭐 스마트 시티 정의하는 그러고.
아니 이거 혹시 이거는
됐어.
이것도 다.
이제 스마트 이건 다 했고, 이제 자전거 얘기도 좀 했고, 예. 근데 왜 녹색이 많은지도 좀 얘기했고, 한국 갔다 왔더니 한국이랑 비교하는 얘기도 좀 나왔고.
그러면 스마트 정의 한번 짧게.
Because he really liked the definition of what you made in the smart city. So maybe you can just watch camera and talk about your short definition of smart city one more time. You just mentioned again.
What I think is very important is not to lose yourself in the tech, not let the tech control you, but to control the tech. Make sure that you know what you need, what your city needs, what your needs are, and how tech can help you solve these issues. So you don't end up with a lot of technical stuff that no one is going to use, and it's not helping alleviate any of the problems you have in the city.
One more time.
Okay.
Make a little bit shorter, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
What is really important. What is really important is not to lose yourself in the technology. Don't let the technology control you, but control the technology. Look at the needs of your city, of your citizens, and work with that, not just with a lot of technical gadgets that no one's going to use anyway.
Okay, because of noise.
What's really important, I think, is not to lose yourself in the technology, not let the technology control you, but control the technology. So, know what you want, know what the needs of your city and your citizens are, and then look for solutions for that.
Thank you. Good. This business opportunity and who to work with by evaluating the technology. So that's my role. So before I coming to Denmark, I had also signed huge amount of money for them.
인터뷰는 따로 했습니다.
본원룸만 거기서 한답니다. 본원룸 거기서 한다고 했던 건데.
전체 좀 하려고 했는데
좋아요.
그 DTU 하려고 했잖아요.
예, DTU 설명하시고 본원룸 저희가 설명하시고.
I guess you proposed Pyongyang as one of the smart cities that has to be developed in anticipation of a merge.
Hopefully, yeah. So I got many responsibilities and I also have to be very, I have so much pressure. Yeah. So, Professor, could you explain us who you are and where we are today?
Yes, my name is Christian Traholt. I'm associate professor at this place, and right now we are in the heart or in the core of our very activities here at Lyngby. Sorry, let's.
Okay.
I'm Christian Traholt, associate professor at this place. Right now we are at the very heart of our electric energy and power activities in DTU, Technical University of Denmark. And we have our lab facilities here, we have our competences concentrated here, and we have a lot of student activities here as well.
So what does actually DTU Power Labs do? What's the main role?
DTU Power Labs formally or strictly is our laboratory facility that is connected to the Center for Electric Power and Energy. The Center for Electric Power and Energy is like 100-person big research and development unit within the Department of Electrical Engineering under DTU.
이거 좀
Yes.
DTU에 대한 설명을 한다고
하고 있잖아. 하고 계신데? 저 그림이 아니라고? Maybe you can also show us the picture of the power labs while we are talking.
Okay.
Looks better.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay.
그럼 질문을 안 하는 이쁜 배경에서
DTU 파워랩만 여기서 하고 본원룸 저리 가신다고 하셨네요.
We can also, if you prefer that one, we can turn one.
그렇게 하셔도 돼요. 본원 처음부터 저기서 할게요. Okay,
디테일 설명만.
끝내고 바로 옮길게요. So we'll just continue with DDO Power Lab, then we'll move to that.
So, in a single word, you could say it's our hardware. But hardware is so much today, including our high-performance computers and those kind of facilities, and our teaching facilities as well. So Power Lab is a one-to-one part of the Center for Electric Power and Energy. Power Lab is nothing without Center of Electric Power and Energy, and Center of Electric Power and Energy is nothing without Power Lab.
Okay.
So they are sort of mirroring each other.
I can see in this room there's so many screens here.
Yes.
So I can see there's a Bornholm and know-how. Maybe could you explain us a little bit about it?
Yes. From our center here and from Power Lab here, we are able to monitor all our facility, both our laboratory facility here, our remote facilities in 40 kilometers from here at our former national lab, Risø, our collaboration partners' facilities at Bornholm Island, and the Nordhavn facilities. So Nordhavn and Bornholm is sort of associated with the Power Lab facilities, and the monitoring part is integrated in our Power Lab facilities. The only thing different is that in this case and at Risø, we can monitor and control. But in Bornholm and Nordhavn, we can only monitor. We can see but not touch, because they don't want us to try 5 times to black out Bornholm and these kind of things. So we can see everything. We can see maybe even more than they can do in their own system at Bornholm, but we cannot control it from here.
이제 옮겨도 될 것 같아요.
저 파이프도 뭐 움직이고 심장을 봤어요.
그건 이제 보놀룸이고요. 저쪽입니다. 이건 DDO Power Lab 소개했고
알겠는데 파이프한테 좀 설명을 하는 거.
그거랑 이거랑 좀 같은 화면이거든요. Maybe what was the PowerPoint that you're trying to show us?
This is not a PowerPoint. I just logged in on our homepage.
What was the screen? I mean, was it?
This one. This is from my SharePoint. There was a PowerPoint here with this is from one of our projects called.
Okay. Could you explain us a little bit about?
Yes. Here's an example of our electric vehicle project. That is one of our electric vehicle projects in the portfolio, where we are working on and together with the Bornholm and the Bornholm power system.
Okay.
And this particular project is the project called ACES, Across Continents, integration of the power, being integrated into the grid. But at the same time, we emulate this on our simulators, and we calculate maybe a full.
What's the red dot means? Red dot means the current billings and
this is just an example of a map of Bornholm. The red dots in this case means that we have a monitoring unit, monitoring current and voltage. So, yeah. Okay. And then the blue dot sort of shows how many megawatt we are talking about.
How many EVs are you talking about in that example?
Well, number of real EVs, we only have maybe 10 or 20, which is associated with some of our collaboration partners, either the Bornholm Energy or the Bornholm municipality. They have some service cars that they use for their customer and their citizens. But then we scale up to like 5,000 or 10,000 cars in Bornholm, something like that.
Right. So could you explain us what this screen is talking about?
Yes.
Meaningful?
First of all, we have here is a screen of the 10 kilovolt or 10,000 volt grid on Bornholm. And each of the colors indicates like the connection to a single bus bar in a substation. We can change the view. We can change it to the overall 60,000 volts, so 60 kilovolts, which is the overall so-called transmission grid on Bornholm. Or we can change the view also to our local power lab facilities just behind the wall. We can also change. Here we can see but not touch. On the other side we can reconfigure, we can measure, we can actually activate and deactivate nodes and so on the other side. A big part of... Oh, yeah.
Sorry, 1 second. Well,
yeah.
Just could you repeat that one just one more time, please?
Yes. Here at our facilities, so-called SCADA system, we have screens and we have monitoring and of the Bornholm activities. And what we see right now is our 10 kilovolts or 10,000 volt grid on Bornholm. That's the distribution part. The next level, the low level, is 400 volt, is what you find in the plugs in the residential houses and so on. And then we can shift this view also to the 60 kilovolt transmission grid of Bornholm, which connects to Sweden in a single cable. We can also switch the view to our local power lab facilities just behind the wall.
Okay.
This view we can only monitor and see. We cannot touch, we cannot reconfigure anything, but we can click in on details as we see on the other one as the schematic. We can click in and see how much power, current, how much voltage is there in a single node. On the other side and the other view, we can actually see, monitor, and we can reconfigure and activate and deactivate bus bars and nodes and so on the other side.
I can see there are around 5 different energy sources
Yes.
on the screen. What is
Yes.
that? Could you explain it?
This one is our... it's very important for us to promote what we are doing. So similar to the Danish map or the Denmark map, which is by one of our energy companies.
Okay, that's Denmark.
Yeah, the one at the upper right corner. We have developed a power lab map of Bornholm with data collected by our measurements in the Bornholm grid. And here we monitor the sort of 5 main activities, which is the wind, the biomass, the solar power, and the consumption, as well as the exchange with the marine cable to Sweden. That's the lower part. So at the moment, you can see right now we have a small in export actually. So Bornholm probably or very likely due to a very nice weather, solar power, it's at like 50% of maximum production, as well as the wind, which is quite good. You also have like a 50% of maximum power output at the wind. We actually produce more than the consumption, which can only be absorbed in this case by exporting to Sweden.
Okay.
And this actually encapsulates the very central part of our challenge in the future. If we did not have Sweden to export to, we have to find another way to accommodate the surplus of production. And we have many ways to do this, and we're working hard in order to involve electric cars, to change and do the consumption on demand and on storage in general, in electric batteries and so on.
방금 이게 되게 중요한 얘기를 했는데 지금 보놀림 현재 상황이 소비보다 생산이 많아서 에너지를 스웨덴에 수출하고 있다는 모습을 설명해 주세요. 이렇게 화면으로.
알겠습니다. 그 다음에 뭐 보여준다고 해야 될 자리 어떨 것 같아요?
Also, could you able to show us any?
계속 찍고 있어요.
Okay, he's still recording. But could you able to show us any other labs in here, or
Sure.
maybe in the
Sure. Yeah.
One more time. 잠깐만요. Hi.
So could you actually able to show us a little more hidden space behind here?
Sure. When we finish here, we can go and visit the actual physical things. Just to finish very shortly here, we also have a monitoring of the total energy grid, and we also work, of course, with forecasting related spilling into, you could say, weather forecasting and so on, where we try to predict what will be the wind production and what will be the solar production and so on, and try to adapt to that in advance. So being proactive rather than as in conventionally reacting on the back edge of events.
Okay.
So if you are ready, we can go and have a look at our other facilities.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Which way are you going?
Well, we can start walking this way. This part is our supercomputer, which is dedicated for calculating the power grid. So we have our models. We have the full-scale model of Bornholm here. We have a reduced model of Denmark here. And this facility is the biggest facility in the northern hemisphere, in Scandinavia, and the biggest academic facilities, as far as I know, in Europe. The facility here can, in combination with hardware in and out, can actually integrate. It can integrate hardware in the loop, so you can actually have hardware acting in your model and sort of interacting with your model, the software model. So you can actually mix your test on hardware and on in model wise. Here we have our sort of larger lab where we have students working with machines, superconducting stuff and so on. And we have a large amplifier here behind all the mess here, unfortunately. We will clean up in a week or so because we will soon receive test equipment and so on. This is a huge amplifier. If you think about audio amplifier, you're talking about kilowatts. This is 150 kilowatt.
Wow.
So it can play the Roskilde Music Festival up several times. It's so powerful. So, and this is actually one which can absorb and generate power, completely as you control and please. And this is also a very unique unit which you can actually couple together with our supercomputer and via optical links and so on. We have some blue dot development now with Formula E cars, student Formula E cars. So they're working with the hardware here and the power electronics and so on. You saw there was speeders and brakes and so on working on this. This part is like part of where we work with the integration between the energy infrastructure. So integration between power, between heat, which is district heating typically, and gas, which is, at least in Denmark, we have a natural gas power grid as well. And of course, transportation. So here's a small scale of it where we can sort of play around and we can use or exploit the flexibility that if we have too much power production due to wind or solar power, then we can heat up the water with the electricity rather than by burning gas or by burning fossil fuel.
Okay.
So we have PV on the rooftop here, and the connection to the PV is our inverters, which is just on the wall here behind you. Yeah. So. Right now, a lot of our electric vehicle facility or electric vehicle units, so which means the car basically, are at our remote location at Risø near Roskilde. Here now we have some old stuff, and we have some of our own convertible. They are sort of rebuilt from internal combustion engines.
two electric engines and a battery here. So, and here is this the part of the student activities. So we have a very open laboratory here where students can come and work. We fund a little bit sort of hardware and time and space here, and then they have to go and seek sponsorship to do their work here. And it's like senior students guiding younger students. So it's purely student run with just one single supervisor that sort of guarantee the level and make sure everything is all right. So
this is actually V2G.
Yes, this is a V2G kind of charger, which is developed in collaboration with the Italian and Spanish manufacturer. The ownership of the manufacturing has changed a little bit since we started, but this is one unit that is able to exchange on the DC, which means on the CHAdeMO, yeah. So on the CHAdeMO standard, we can exchange up to plus minus 10 kilowatt.
Okay.
So 10 kilowatt you could charge a Nissan, a new Nissan, or an Ioniq in 4 hours or so, if it's from empty to complete 100% full.
So vehicle to grid is, very...
Yes, vehicle to grid in this case is the ultimate integration of the electric car into the power grid. So in a sense, the power grid sources the services from the electric vehicle, and the vehicle, everything is supposed to happen behind the scene and automatic, so people don't need to think about it. They only up front have to give yes or no, I want to participate in this. So it's like, do you want to get a cheaper green energy, or do you want to buy the expensive one where you do not support and participate in the grid support? So this is like a simple upfront choice.
Yes,
do you want to participate, or do you want to pay dearly? So.
So could you tell us who you are and what do you do?
My name is Christian. I work at the Danish Ministry of Education.
Okay, so it looks like you're using bicycle.
Can we do that again?
Yeah,
no
problem.
Employment.
It's okay.
And I'm looking at that.
You can start now.
No.
Okay,
Are we good?
Yeah.
1, 2.
Okay. 그리고 대들음 여기 밑으로.
여기 이렇게. Okay.
이 정도.
You have to look at me, not the mic. Yeah?
No, yeah, I know. That was what I did.
So could you tell us who you are and what do you do?
My name is Christian. I work at the Danish Ministry of Employment.
Seems like you are using bicycle every day. 어디?
대표님이 앞으로
Okay. So you have to watch me, yeah? So okay. So looks like you are using bicycle every day, but is it really easy to bike in Copenhagen?
I bike around every day. It's the easiest way to get around, we got a lot of buses, we got a lot of metros and whatever, but the easiest and fastest way to get around is definitely on bike.
자, 또 뭐해? 자전거 타는 게 편하고 뭐 그게 제일 코펜하겐은 편하대.
자전거리 하나 좀 부탁한다.
오케이.
그래서 처음부터 왜 이렇게 자전거 타고 다니냐.
그걸 물어봤어요. 되게 짧게 대답했어요.
가장 좀 길게 얘기해달라고. 그리고 코페 같이 연결해서 그러면 코페하겐 자랑거리 한번 얘기해달라.
오케이.
그러면 뭐 이런 얘기 있겠지. 코페하겐은 뭐 에너지 자리 뭐 도시로서 뭐 이렇게 나오지 않을까?
한번 해볼게. We'll ask you again, yeah? You can make a little more longer way. Yeah?
Oh, so I need to...
It's a little bit more longer.
Should I talk about why we bike around? Or?
Yeah. And
okay.
So it looks like you are using bicycle, but are you using bicycle every day?
I bike every day.
But is it really easy to bike in Copenhagen?
It is easy to bike around, The city has been made for cyclists. That's the fastest way to get around, and everyone in Denmark has been taught how to ride a bike from they were 3 years old or something. So for us regular Danish people, we just bike around whenever, and that's easy and fast.
What was the Is it still fine?
Yeah, this bike doesn't have it, but usually we have a bit of screening from the water and whatever, but we still ride the bikes. Yeah, definitely.
So, is there any other thing you think Copenhagen is the
The good thing about Copenhagen is that it really focuses on when people are going to work. And then it makes sure that the lights change in that order. So, for instance, when I'm going to work, I ride a green light all the way there.
Cool.
And when I go home from work, I ride a green light. Because it makes sure that in the rush hour, there are green lights all over.
Wow.
So for me, whenever I ride my bike, it's so fast and it's so easy. And that's the good thing about Copenhagen when you commute on a bike.
Okay, so we are ready.
I'm ready.
Ready? So, Mia, could you explain us who you are and where we are, please?
Who I am? Okay. I'm Winnie Gråsbøl, and I am mayor of a little small island called Bornholm. And Bornholm is placed in the middle of the Baltic Sea, between Sweden and Germany and Denmark.
And Mayor, what is the most famous thing in Bornholm?
Well, actually Bornholm is famous for many things. We are famous for the food producing and food making. We are famous because of the nature. We had a lot of tourists. And then we're famous because of the energy and the work to retransfer the energy system to 100% renewable energy sources.
So many people are interested about this energy part of Bornholm. Could you sort of explain us about history or background or why you are doing this or what could be the future of this energy part?
Well, you can say that we are an island in the middle of the Baltic Sea, and that's why it gives so good sense to be self-sufficient and to make an energy system to be 100% renewable. We are very privileged to be living in the very beautiful nature, and I think the whole project was based because of we wished to take care of the nature of Bornholm, and we wish to be responsible for the way we're doing things at Bornholm. So that's the history of this project.
And what could be the future of Bornholm as an energy?
Well, you can say when you are an island, the good thing is that actually you can disconnect us to the mainland, and then we are a complete society in the middle of the sea, so you can
You can actually test very many things, test the human behavior when you, what will happen if you chooses to do this or do that. How do people react when you do it? And then you can test it, you can monitor it, and you can see what is happening before you take the decision. And that's good when you're going to make some big investments. So I think the future is to become a living laboratory, a living lab for testing new technologies. We have a lot of big industry companies in Denmark which are which are good at making green technology. We have the Vestas, the wind turbines. We have power plants, and they are very interesting to have a living lab and as a living society to do some tests. So in cooperation with the Danish Technology University, we are trying to make this island to a living laboratory.
So when I actually arrived in the airport, people say there's new solar power plant and things are building in now, so people are talking about it. Could you explain us a little bit about it?
Yeah, well, you can say that the main target is to become 100% carbon free in 2025. And to become that, we have to dismiss oil and coal and all fossils. Yeah, we have to become fossil free. So we have to incorporate technology which is based on wind and solar panels and biomasses and biogas. So right now we have just opened 2 big parks of solar panels to become a part of this energy system at the island.
You know, first of all, congratulations, you've been re-elected. So, you've been just re-elected, a few months ago.
Yes.
That means you are very popular in this island. And you are also very good at how to make these people get involved in this energy project. What is your secret recipe to do this?
Well, I think that people living on Bornholm is very pleased to become a part of this experiment. And I think that's because they love Bornholm and they want to become a part of the way we are developing Bornholm. They can see that it's good for Bornholm to have some big companies to become closer connected to Bornholm. And they are actually saying, okay, you can have my household and you can try to test your technology on me. And then I think they think it's interesting to become a part of the new agenda for the future, because some of the things we are testing, for example, the smart grid in the EcoGrid project, is the technology which is going to present it in the future. So I think people think it's interesting to become a part of developing new technology for the future, not only on Bornholm or Denmark, but in the rest of the world.
So you already been to Korea, and can you compare with the city or island you've been in Korea with the Bornholm Island? What does the Korea have to take as a reference from the Bornholm?
Yes, I went to Korea 2 years ago, and I was very impressed about the high level of ambition. They have very high ambition, and I like when you have high ambition, because then you are reaching for something. So, and I think it was very impressive how they the goals about EVs to vehicles into the roads, and all the thoughts you are giving about how you're going to get to have many more cars based on EV technology. That was impressive. I think we can learn a lot from Korea about the EVs, but maybe Korea can learn some things about us, about the energy system, and transforming a fossil energy system into a carbon-free energy system, because that's what we have done at this island.
I have one final question. which is I'm asking this question for everybody.
Yeah.
So we are doing this documentary for the smart city. So
Yes.
I want to hear your definition of smart city. So of course it could be the island, but what could be your definition? Very short. What could be your definition for smart city? Your definition for smart city.
A smart city is a city which is producing the energy that they use. So you don't use any much more than you produce.
Okay.
So are self-sufficient.
Could you do it again with when you're just watching the camera? Just make
Okay.
it one more time. Yeah. Ready? Yeah, make it a little bit short.
A little bit shorter?
Yeah, a little bit shorter.
A smart city is a city which is producing.
Just one second.
Yes, a smart city is a city which is producing as much energy as they use. So you have a total cost city. Thank you.
Mayor, can I just ask you one picture with me?
One picture with you?
Yeah, so I can show it to everybody. In an embassy that I'm with you here today.
1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Well, just then I will just take a selfie with you.
예, 이렇게 해가지고 다른 사람들한테 안 된다고 시장님 해줬다고.
Okay, we're trying here. We just have a. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
See
Hope to see you again. Yeah?
Maybe. Yeah, we will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good luck. Good luck, and say hello to Klaus. Yes. Oh yeah. Well, you need your microphone. Yeah.
Thank you.
저분이랑 저는 되게 오래 알았는데 제 손이 돼가지고 지금 시간이 되게 없는데 빼주신 거고요. 여기 사진 이거 일본해가지고 살짝 이제 나중에 혹시 안 되면 시장님이랑 같이 한 거라고 이렇게 얘기하려고 그러고 PD 원하. So could you explain us who you are and what names and where you're from?
Yes, my name is Lasse and this is my girlfriend Mette. We are both from Copenhagen and we are here on a sort of holiday for the weekend because of the big chef competition.
Yeah. Sorry. One more time, sorry.
The same one again?
Yeah, please, yeah.
Yeah, so my name is Lasse and this is my girlfriend Mette. We are from Copenhagen. And we are here at Bornholm this weekend to see the chef competitions going on, the biggest chef competition in Denmark.
Okay. So, we are here to trying to find why Bornholm is famous for green and smart city and smart island. Do you heard about this kind of thing about energy part of Bornholm, or you want to know about the tourist part of Bornholm?
More the tourist part of Bornholm, yeah. So we have been here. I've been here a couple of times now. I was here last year as well for the competition, and then as a small kid I went here for a holiday. So it's like you can really relax here. It's a really holiday island.
All right.
So I've been here a few times during summer period. So
that's why you bring your beautiful girlfriend here.
Exactly. Yeah.
You never been here? It's first time?
No, I have been here for holiday also, but never to this.
Okay, never to this area. No. What is the best part of Bornholm Island?
Well, I think you're so close to the ocean. I know that Denmark in general, you are really close to the ocean compared to, for example, Germany. But I think here you really have like holiday feelings, and when you come out here, you can really relax. And then it's just beautiful surroundings with nice landscapes, water, gastronomic. It's also being really popular to come here. So they have a lovely restaurant, Cadeau, where they do really good food as well.
Oh, really?
So yeah, there's many reasons to go here, and that's why we're here.
네이버 이름 앞에 좀 했었죠. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, stop. So could you tell us your name and where do you live?
Yes, I'm Ronny Rasmussen and I live here in Bodilsker, Bornholm.
Okay. Don't want me to interfere. Here only one you. So could you tell us your name and where do you live?
Yes, I live here in Bornholm, Gadegårdsvejen 5, 37 Nexø.
And what do you do in here?
I have a little small company, make cars. Yes.
I can see there is a big solar panel just next to your company. Do you like it?
Yes, it's okay with me.
How do you see it? I mean,
yeah, but it's a fine green island, and so we must have a good energy. Yeah.
At the first time, is there anybody who's saying no for this?
Yes.
Yeah.
We have a neighbor, and it's not good when there comes something new. So there was someone there make a underskrift to have it not come here.
Is it actually helping to save some energy bill?
No, I think no.
But how do you say I have so many windmills, solar panels running on Bornholm Island. Is it kind of helps you for save the energy bill, or is just not?
No, I don't think it's any. No, it's no cheaper. No, I think so. No.
Okay. But still, you are supporting this clean energy, even though it doesn't really give you anything.
Yes, I think it's good for the milieu. I said it's green island, and I think it's good.
실제 자기들 상상하지 않아도 이 보도를 높은 사람들과 하는 거에 대해서 다 받아들였다. 사실 자기 별로 좋아하지는 않는다 이런 거에 대해서 이런 얘기했어요. 그건 안 되는 적이 있어요. 이런 얘기했어요. So you're living next to solar panel.
Yes.
Is it okay for you? And
Yeah.
do you like it or?
It's okay. Not so nice, but okay.
Is it good as a green island, or why do you support this solar panel?
I think it's a good idea because we show us as a green island, and I think it's a good way to show it.
Okay.
And
just one more time. Can you repeat that again, please? The last one.
no, I don't remember what I said.
I mean, is there like a green island?
Okay. I think it's a good idea. We show us as a green island, and there is so we have to have such a thing in the island.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Nej, det burde det godt nok ikke. Det tager 2 minutter.
Vi skal også hjem og pakke
Okay.
det sidste eller noget, ikke? Nå.
Jeg tager det også med.
Ring redaktionen på.
So, okay, we will start now.
Yeah.
Could you tell us about who you are and where do you live?
My name is Mika,
There you go.
and I'm 21 years old. I came to Bornholm in 2013.
Okay.
So I've been here for 5 years.
Okay.
Yeah, I live in a town near the water. It's called Gudhjem.
Gudhjem, yeah,
It's
we were
a-
there yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Food festival.
Yeah.
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 What about you?
My name is Jasmine. I live in Nøkker, a little city nearby Rønne.
Okay.
I'm 18 years old.
So could you tell us a little bit about Bornholm Island? Why is it famous?
Why is it famous, Jasmine?
Because of all the beaches. Like there's a lot of beaches on
And the
Bornholm.
nature.
And the nature.
It's a very like a rocky nature. We got a lot of cliffs and.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Just look at it. Like.
Yeah. Then we also heard Bornholm is very famous for the energy.
Yeah.
Do you heard about it, or can you feel it, or do you know about this energy island, Bornholm Island?
I think we have a lot of green energy. We have windmills and such, and yeah.
We can see them around. So that's great.
Do you sometimes drive an electric vehicle, or it's not really around here?
No,
No.
I've seen some electric vehicles, but it's mostly just gas.
So people are talking about Bornholm Island, it's energy independence island, green island. How do you feel when people say about it?
It's good.
I don't know. I feel maybe kind of proud.
Uh-huh.
It's kind of cool to hear people say that.
Okay.
So that I guess it's a positive thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
You live here more than him.
Yeah. Yes, I have lived
Yeah.
here in 18 years old.
Okay, so
pretty much all
yeah,
my
yeah,
life.
yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
So you even grow up in Bornholm
Yeah.
Island. So maybe you have a different view?
Actually, what?
I mean, you live here many years than him. So you might have another idea. And what do you think about Bornholm Island as an energy? Or do you actually feel it when you live here?
Actually, I don't feel it, but I know it's there, so that's great.
So Okay, could you tell us your name and where you live?
Yes, my name is Mariana, and I live here in Hesle.
Oh.
Yes.
How many years you live in Hesle?
Ja. Okay. Nå, den skulle ligge der. Ja, fint. Ja.
So, could you tell us again? Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you tell us your name and where do you live?
Yes, my name is Mariana, and I live here in Hesle. And I lived here for first 21 years, and then I traveled a lot, and then I came back for 18 years ago.
Okay.
Yes.
You know, what is the best part of Bornholm Island?
It's Hesle.
Of course, yeah.
Yes. But there are several places on Bornholm, so that's very beautiful. I like seas, what you call it? Rubinsøen. It's in the neighbor here, in the forest, so it's very beautiful. And also you can go to the beach all the time. So it's very beautiful here, the nature.
How's your life in Bornholm Island? Because I'm a bit curious. What's your yearly lifetime here? It's like a very beautiful area.
Yes. It's very cold in the winter, and there's no tourists, so it's very death-like. So when it's summer, the tourists come, it will be more life and more interesting, and the restaurants are opening, and so it's more life.
Because I was here in January last year, and I can actually feel it.
Yes.
It's very different now.
Yes, I know.
Many people are visiting here.
Yes.
And, I also heard Bornholm Island is very famous. They're looking for the energy independence because you had the one cable before, you had a problem.
Yeah.
So how do you actually able to feel it? This energy part of the Bornholm Island, Green Island,
yes,
Energy Island?
But I see the news. They are building up several things, sun cells and windmills, and they looking to create a nice nature to take the garbage away, and they have some departments or groups where they talk about Green Island, so they operate, So I read about it in the newspaper. So
some people compare Bornholm Island with Samsø Island in Denmark and near Jylland.
Okay, yeah.
But I personally like this island because this island is more like a people.
Yeah.
Because some say it's more like a business point of view. Here, Bornholm Island is more like they're looking for the people. How to make people better life. That's what actually Bornholm Island is very famous for.
Yeah.
Do you sometimes have kind of a society, a group of people are talking together about the life of the Bornholm Island getting? Do you have any similar life thing here?
Yes,
group of people.
Yes, I think about it's will stay the same. It will become without garbage, and it will stay clean. It's very important. So if you look around, if I take responsible for the nature, I have to, collect garbage and clean after myself. It's very important, and teach other people to do the same. So I think it's more clean, and they take responsibility, the people here on Bornholm. And there's also the vehicles in electric. More and more buy this. Yes.
Is there anybody around your home who have electric vehicles?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
You have?
My son is getting one also. Yes.
Okay.
Because it's there are many hills, so they will help you through the hill. Yes.
Because we are trying to visit one or two houses while we are here as well. So that's why we're looking for anybody who have an EV.
Yeah.
Trying to show us how their life in Bornholm Island is clean or energy. That's what we're also looking for. So we are here until tomorrow evening.
Okay. Yeah.
We're also gonna meet with some of the government people, company people.
Yeah.
But that's what we're also looking for.
I think you have to speak with Anna Thomas. It's a political. She is in part. She is leading some with the Green Bright Island. Yes, yes.
She's a politician, or?
Yeah, yes.
Do you know her? She lives around here? Or?
No, I think you have to get her through your telephone. Yes.
Maybe I'll ask the mayor about it.
Yes, I think. Yeah. She is a vice mayor.
Okay.
Yes.
So they're competing.
Yes. I don't think so, but yeah.
술 마신 건 다 물어봤어요. 실제로 뭐 여기서 그린 아일랜드 내는 거 어떻게 경험하고 있으며, 실제로 주변에도 전기차 사용하는 게 있고, 자기 아들도 뭐 살 거고 뭐. 그래서 내가 은근슬쩍 집 설비하는 거 물어봤더니 누구한테 얘기하라고 하는데 뭐 자기는 안다 싫다고. 소개 좀 부탁드려요. 얘기는 해봤어요.
So it's good?
네?
Yeah.
다른 거 질문할 거 있어요?
Yeah.
Just one more. Just
Yeah.
수산물 시장에 좀 알고 싶은데 옛날에 물어보니까 뭐 그렇지만 다 떠나고 옛날에
그게 저희 주제와 관련이 있습니까?
그렇죠. 잠깐 설명.
Okay. Just one final question.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
wondering.
Yes.
You okay? Yeah. So he's also wondering.
Yeah.
Bornholm Island was very famous before about the fish.
Yes.
And the fish market is still there. And
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about the fish market industry?
Yes, we have the seals. They are eating our fish.
Okay.
So we have a problem there. And there are some fishing quotas. So they can only fish a little bit, you know. So many fishers have given up and been selling their boats because it's not very good. And it's very expensive, the fish markets. Yeah. So when you go to a røgeri, smoke, and want to buy some smoked fish, it's very expensive now.
Okay.
Yes. So I don't buy anymore because
Okay.
it's very expensive.
It's getting more expensive.
Yes. We have some appointments with a fisher here in Hasle, Bo Johansen. He's coming with fresh fish, so we can get an app on the telephone. So, yeah. So we can meet him here when he arrives with his fishing boat, or he's selling fish. Yeah.
Okay, could you tell us just one final question?
Yeah.
How do you see the future of the Bornholm Island? Do you think people are about the? How do you see the future of the island?
Yeah, it will. I think there will be less fish in some years. They will die out because they have to go far away to get some fish. So they are not very. They are eating by seal eggs.
You need a new industry probably here.
Yeah.
New business and new industry.
Yes.
Yeah.
성함은 어떻게 성함?
처음에 말했어요.
혹시나 뭐?
Could you repeat the name again, please?
Yeah. My name is Marianne.
Maria.
Yeah.
Spell it. How can you spell it?
MARIUI
Yeah.
ANNE.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.